Good morning. This is a Budget and Public Employees Committee. It is May 14th, 2026. It is 9:37. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Sanye.
Present.
Vice Chair Browning. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderman Devotie. Chair Aldridge.
Present.
Vice Chair Browning. Alderwoman Velazquez. 3 present. You have quorum.
Thank you. With that, we will go to the next item of the agenda, which will be board bills for review. Board bill number 1, the FY fiscal year budget, which will be held as we hear from different departments, and then we will go to committee discussion. Today, we will hear from Human Services, Personnel Department, Communication Division. We will take a small break, and then we will end the day with the Health Department. So to get right into it, if the Director of Human Services will come on up, present his budget, and mention anybody that he may have here with him, and then proceed on.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adam Pearson, Director of the Department of Human Services for the City of St. Louis. I'm joined by several colleagues from DHS, Valerie Russell, who is the Deputy Director, Stephen Hine, who is an accounting coordinator for our fiscal division, David Newberger, who is the Commissioner for the Office on the Disabled, Annalisa Stover, who is the Director of the St. Louis Area Agency on Aging, Ryan Sheehan, who is our Public Information Officer. I anticipate that maybe a couple of us will have primary speaking roles in this, and if I have any questions, or if you all have any questions, I can pull some other folks up here if need be. So I sent a PowerPoint to the clerk, I believe, with the DHS information on it. I didn't know that could be pulled up. Was that received?
Was. One moment, please.
So there should be a different one for Department of Human Services.
Okay. I did not receive. When did you send it over?
That should have been yesterday or the day before.
One moment.
Alderman, would you like for me to just start talking, or should I wait for the PowerPoint?
So, hold on. Do you have it, Madam Clerk? It's okay. I said, do you have it? Could you forward it to myself and also Aura, so that we can get that?
Yes, hold on one second. Okay, Alderman, you said yourself and who else?
Miss Aura, could you say your email for him? Got it.
O.
Okay, just sent it. Okay, well, I can just start with an introduction, and then once we have it pulled up, we can get back to the slides. But I lead the Department of Human Services. We are comprised of 6 different divisions within our department: the Youth and Family Division, the Homeless Services Division, the Fiscal Division, the Office on the Disabled, and the St. Louis Area Agency on Aging, as well as an administrative division that oversees the activities and operations of the department writ large. And so I'll go into a little bit more depth with each of those divisions in a minute. Once I run through those divisions and some of their activities and the key performance indicators, I think that's when we can start working our way through specific budget line items that you all have questions about. So an overall, an overview of the Department of Human Services, we have a TO, a table of organization with around 16 members. There are 14 vacancies, and we are working to fill as many of those as possible. I'll get into some of that information in a minute. I was told to make sure that we compiled some information about strategies for addressing vacancy. And I would say that one of the prevailing issues that we're working against right now, and this is further on in the presentation, is that there are some concerns about federal funding for senior services, in that the Trump administration has made a couple of recommendations in the FY27 budget and the budget from last year to consolidate a couple of offices that work specifically with seniors that would cut drastically the amount of funding that states get via the Older Americans Act. Because of that, the majority of our SLAE, St. Louis Area Agency on Aging staff, which is federally funded, we would have to figure out a landing place for a lot of folks. And so we have maintained some openings with our department just to ensure that if there were draconian federal cuts, we would be able to maintain city services for seniors in the city of St. Louis. There are 4 active positions that are posted on Taleo, and we are actively interviewing for a couple of those right now, and so we are looking towards filling them very soon. The department has a couple of different major roles. We are primarily a funder for the community. We receive federal funds, state funds, local funds via ordinance, and appropriations via Board of Aldermen. But then we are also engaged in direct services activities as well, and we have a small direct services footprint that I can cover during this presentation. Our FY27 budget, as proposed, is $41 million. Now, this $41 million does not cover all of the activities we are engaged in. Our department was heavily engaged in the Office of the Recovery after the tornado. We were allocated some significant funding from the RAMS Settlement Fund interest, and some of that money has been used to support activities in the community as well, almost $10 million. And some other contracts we have related to the disaster, as well as some ARPA money that has not yet fully been spent down. That is not a part of this budget as well. So I did just want to mention that there are some expenditures and revenue and budget items that are not reflected in our FY27 budget that we are still actively engaged in. So for this slide, the St. Louis Area Agency on Aging, I mentioned that at the outset in terms of federal concerns that we have. Large division, we provide services to over 10,000 seniors in the city of St. Louis. We have a number of activities that we are engaged in terms of the city's primary senior services, information and resources sort of depot. The Office on the Disabled serves as the ADA coordinator for the city of St. Louis and also has several other major roles, including leading the transition plan efforts to make city buildings, city parks more accessible for those in the community who have disabilities. We oversee the Homeless Services Division, which receives federal funds via the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, which helps to fund activities and housing programs related to the Continuum of Care, which is a consortium of homeless services agencies in the city that help to work on homeless services strategy. We also receive homeless shelter money, which is called ESG, the Emergency Solutions Grant, to the tune of around $1.5 million a year. And then we also have a small outreach footprint where we have around 3 or 4 individuals who are engaged in outreach to various encampments around the city. We have to remember that the city is 62 square miles, and we have 3 people currently who are assisting with encampment outreach and helping people who have some needs. And so We are called upon often to engage in people in the community. That's what we do. The Youth and Family Division has several different programs. One of them is a housing eviction legal project, otherwise known as the Right to Counsel Project. We also have the Impacted Tenants Fund, and then we receive each year an allocation from the Economic Development Fund to assist with youth empowerment projects, and I can go into that a little bit later. Our fiscal division helps to manage and track all of the complicated networks of accounts that we have, all of our receivables, accounts payable, all of the strategy that comes with how we manage our books and hold our grantees accountable for the money that they spend is coordinated through the fiscal division. Next slide, please. And then, also wanted to mention that the fiscal division helps to oversee the ARPA money and the RAMS interest money that we receive for the Office on the Recovery. So a lot of different contracts, I believe well over 100 contracts that we manage and have to track the spend down of each. And so they do a yeoman's job of managing all of that. So for the Office on the Disabled, just a few bullet points. I mentioned that they were the ADA coordinator. There is a very broad footprint in this very small office that they cover. I think this is one of probably the only office we have within the Department of Human Services that covers every single city employee, and that we have a team member from the Office on the Disabled who is present at all new hire orientations for the city. And so there's conversations about accessibility, reasonable accommodations, that sort of thing. We also work very closely with the Board of Public Service and some of the blueprints and plans that they receive. Anytime a business wants to encroach upon a right of way, they are receiving feedback from the Office on the Disabled for that. There are a number of occupancy permits that we provide feedback on via accessibility concerns, and so we've been able to engage in a lot of that work last year. In fiscal year 25. We also have contracts with sign language interpreters, and so a lot of our public meetings ensure that they are accessible to those who are deaf and hard of hearing, and so we maintain strong partnerships with translators in the community. We have a number of individuals in the city who require disabled parking placards that we work with the Streets Division to actualize. And then we work with a number of city employees who have reasonable accommodations concerns. Next slide, please. St. Louis Area Agency on Aging. So I mentioned that they serve around 10,000 seniors in the city of St. Louis, which is around 1/6 of our senior population. It is a large footprint, very much a necessary service in that we work and contract with a number of providers in the community, senior centers, senior advocacy groups, ombudsman groups, other groups that do senior housing, case management, transportation services, Meals on Wheels. We've been able to provide almost 1 million units of services through our network. I understand we have a number of individuals within our network who are seated behind us. So the St. Louis Area Agency on Aging helps to coordinate a lot of that work. And that's during what we call blue sky activities. During gray sky activities, when there's a weather emergency, St. Louis Area Agency on Aging works to set up what's called the Functional Needs Registry and call individuals in the community who have disabilities or who are seniors to make sure that they know about community resources. That's coordinated between the St. Louis Area Agency on Aging, SEMA, and the Health Department. For the tornado, we activated a number of response interventions, with dropping off a significant number of meals, working with senior buildings that lost power, ensuring that they had food, seniors had food. When there is a SNAP crisis related to the federal government cutting SNAP benefits, we were able to coordinate a semi-truck full of food to be distributed to over 10 different nutrition sites in the city. For the Homeless Services Division, go to the next slide, thank you. We have a client services division or client services section of our work, and then contract compliance. For the client services, these are the individuals that I referred to earlier, who do outreach in the city. We have around 36 unique encampment locations that we work with on a day-to-day basis. We have 146, almost 150 individuals engaged in fiscal year 25 who were unhoused in encampments. We were able to connect almost 60 people to services. And I think this is admirable because I think a lot of people who are unhoused and who just generally want to be left alone aren't necessarily receptive to services, nor do they have to be. And so our job is to still go out and make as many connections as possible with these individuals. We have a contract compliance group which manages 83 contracts with the homeless services community, 24 different organizations. We receive around $10 million in federal funds towards the Continuum of Care grant and ESG. I'll get into some of the Code Blue work on a future slide, I believe. But our homeless services division did help to coordinate a lot of that work in getting a number of people sheltered throughout the winter. For our youth and family division, we have several different programs that we operate. We have 2,400 individuals who have been served in the Housing Eviction Law Program, otherwise known as Right to Counsel, since its inception a couple of years ago. We have the Impacted Tenants Fund that has served over 140 households since its inception, and we have increased the, we've expanded the eligibility for that program past what the original designated, and so we are now serving individuals who have been impacted by the tornado and displaced by the tornado, including the original ordinance, which included individuals who had been displaced because their housing was condemned by the building division. And so actually this number, 140, was from back in April. We are now up to 190 served with the Impacted Tenants Fund. We had around 190. We have also partnered with the St. Louis Agency for Training Employment to launch a youth empowerment program, and I have put the flyer on the screen here. Very excited about this because we are aiming to serve around 100 youth and young adults with competitively waged employment for several months as they make it through the summer, trying to gain job skills, looking for opportunities in the community to sort of build up their resume. So we're looking forward to that. That program is launched via the economic development funds that we receive. Next slide, please. So in FY27, we have a couple of things that we are engaged in doing. Number one is shoring up performance metrics across all divisions. And so each one of our divisions is slightly different. Each division has a different task, different funding sources, different projects, a different scope of work. And so what we want to do is make sure that we can effectively measure the outcomes, track outcomes, message all of that out to the community effectively, just so that we are transparent with the work that we are engaged in and that the community understands the worth and the value that our department is contributing. I want to ensure a strategic table of organization that supports the portfolio. And so I know with ARPA, we're spending down that money. We've been incorporated into the Office of Recovery. There are a number of different projects that we've taken on the past couple of years that are not like typical DHS work. And so we want to make sure that we have a strong table of organization that reflects that portfolio and allows us to be nimble with what we are assigned moving forward. Continuing to pursue more interdepartmental collaboration. Right now, we enjoy close partnerships with almost all divisions and departments within the city. Want to keep that up. And then connect individuals with the services that they need to thrive via our client services and outreach work across all of our divisions. Next slide, please. So continue to support the Office on the Recovery. And then with the Office of the Mayor, support the Code Blue efforts ongoing. I know there's been a lot of conversation about the Code Blue project throughout the winter, and I believe that the infrastructure that we established for this project was successful. I am happy about the number of individuals we were able to shelter. We provided around 20,400 bed nights for individuals who were unhoused, partnered with Bi-State Development to provide around 1,030 rides to individuals who needed transportation and shelter. So we want to ensure that that work can find a sustainable funding source in the future moving forward, because there exists a gap in the number of beds we have in the community for emergency shelter and the demand for the beds that we have. Continue to engage in strategic political advocacy for the operations and the activities of the department. And one example of this is, I had mentioned it before, but with the federal administration, there have been aims to do some targeted cuts with senior services, homeless services. Some of that expands out into individuals with disabilities, including the cut of the department, the Administration for Community Living, which serves seniors and individuals with disabilities in the communities. Within the state, the Senior Services Growth and Development Fund cut 20%, and so we want to make sure that between the state government and federal government, there are adequate dollars going towards our seniors, which, by the way, is the demographic that is growing most quickly in terms of the unhoused. And so we are continuing to advocate for individuals in our community who are seniors, folks with disabilities, folks who are unhoused, making sure that we have a voice advocating for them in Congress, in the state legislature, and if need be, in the White House. So for this budget, there are some key changes that we wanted to mention. We requested $1 million we requested $2.5 million for housing eviction law project. We did receive $1 million, and so that money is reflected in our budget. We requested money for Jefferson Spaces. I think this was 1.7 million, if I'm not incorrect, for the Jefferson Spaces Transitional Housing Project, which is a city-owned project. We own all of the assets on that property, the tiny houses, the administration building. Requested money for that. We received $1 million for that. And so that operation will take us through the winter for 2027. Sorry, we requested $1.5 million and received $1 million. So the operational money we requested from that will take us through at least June of next year, and so we need to find a long-term, ongoing, consistent funding source for that. That $1 million is reflected in the budget. We requested $3.5 million for the Code Blue project. We received $2 million for the Code Blue project. We believe that we will be able to shelter a number of people with that $2 million. I'm not certain if it's going to cover the full need. And so I think it speaks to what we need to work together with the community, the network of providers, for external funding sources to support that. There is also $70,000 that we received for the sorry, I should have said this earlier. $70,000 we received for the wind down of the Jefferson Spaces project. And so if we are not able to procure enough operational funding long-term for this project, we have to vacate the property that the tiny houses sit on and return the property back to its original state. That is going to take a fair amount of infrastructure investment, and so we received $70,000 for that. What I did mention is that we received money for gas and maintenance for the 3 shuttles that we received via a gift from the Bi-State Development Corporation to assist with Code Blue efforts and other departmental transportation initiatives that we have. Okay, next slide. So I figured the best way to organize this was to run down the various funds from which our work is organized, starting with city general and walking through pages in, I guess, just page order. And then if you guys have any specific questions for me, I can answer those. That's how I set it up here, but if you guys have any other recommendations, let me know. We can jump around if need be, but I didn't know what works for you.
I guess for each fund, if you just want to, I mean, I know you did some high level of key changes already. If there's any funds, I think I'm sure committee members will have questions either on like programs, but if there's any significant changes from last year's budget to this year's budget, if you ask for a significant amount of general revenue and didn't receive that, kind of like talk about maybe those key changes in those funds if much has changed.
Sure. Okay, overall, in the original budget request that we sent to Paul Payne and the Budget Division, we asked for a number of line items, fund 1,000 general revenue. I think I mentioned this before, but $2.5 million for the Right to Counsel project we requested. And so this comes out of, I think it's Ordinance 71694, the Right to Counsel. When looking at that ordinance, you see in year 2 of the budget schedule that they created, we were supposed to have allocated $2.5 million for the project, which would have hired 33 lawyers, I believe 7 paralegals, some other support staff. And so we were a bit behind because we were not allocated money for the operations of this project initially. And so we wanted to make sure we caught up with what was mandated ordinance, and so requested $2.5 million for that. We did not receive the 2.5. We did receive $1 million, and we are working towards figuring out what the best strategy is going to be for deploying that $1 million. Out of Fund 1,000, we also requested the money for the Code Blue operations, and I already talked about that. So I think those were some of the larger items that we requested, and Paul Payne and the Budget Division did work with us a bit to identify some funding sources and some money for some of these. I think probably the most salient one that I want to mention that we still need coverage for is the Biddle Housing Operations Center at 1212 North 13th Street, which is the only city-owned shelter that we operate for men. It serves 100 men per night, and then in times of inclement weather, they can scale up to 150 men. That building was not originally designed for shelter. That was not its original use, and so as a result, there are a number of maintenance needs that the building has that we are not able to cover out of our various facilities and grounds line items. And so we requested around $300,000 for capital improvements for Biddle. We didn't receive that, and so just trying to think through long-term strategy for some of this deferred maintenance that we have that, if not fixed now, is going to become major operational issues in the days to come, such as stoves that are not working, the windows need repairing or replacing, it floods frequently, so we have to think through that if we're going to maintain a high level of service for individuals who are staying at that shelter. So in general, that's the general fund that we requested. I can walk through what we ended up receiving in the budget proposal from the budget office. I talked about so page 381, if you have the line item budget in front of you, talked about the $70,000 that is needed for us this year for the decommissioning of the Jefferson spaces. We'll need to think through how we are managing those assets, and we are having some conversations right now with the Treasury Department because there are certain rules that we have to follow regarding the dispensation of the tiny houses, where they go, how we manage the offloading of those assets. So the $70,000 is going to help to prepare the site for its original use. The 566,000 professional services line item is the line item that we originally requested for the right to counsel. We requested 2.5 million. We were proposed $43,217 for the professional services line item. That money ended up landing in a different line item in a different fund. At least a portion of that did. Any questions about that?
I'll just start in order of seniority. Alderwoman Tanya.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Pierce. I'm really excited to see the crowd here today and to see that folks are following, what's going on. And I'm glad to see your presentation. I've had conversations with Dr. Pearson prior today, as well as other city leaders in regards to the fact that a majority of the funds that our city gets for our seniors usually come from the federal government. And obviously everything at the federal government, a majority of those things that are for those types of services and for people are being cut. So I'm glad to see that we're putting attention on that and having that conversation, because I definitely think it's important that that is a priority. I do have questions. Anyone who follows me knows that this is one of your department and the work that you do is definitely a core concern of a lot of my constituents and of myself. I commend you for the way that you stepped up in tornado recovery, the way that you and your staff have been handling the multitude of situations we've had arise in our city, whether it is condemned buildings or it is encampments or the number of things that I think we've always experienced but do seem to be happening quicker at a more exponential pace at phase and having increased population. So I know that those things are not easy to manage, and I know that we have a lot of reliance on outside entities, but I've really appreciated your leadership. Code Blue was something, I kind of brought that to the mayor's office. I appreciate the implementation of that. I only have a couple of very, very specific questions. I think primarily what I'm curious of in regards to the seniors is, I know at the state level they're discussing a 20% cut to the senior services and specifically the Senior Growth and Development Program that a lot of our funds come for, and that is to be reflected in our FY 2027 budget. And I know that we use that for things in your presentation, like delivering meals and transportation. And I just wanted to ask you about some of the direct risk or outcomes that could come with some of those cuts, whether it is from that cut or I know that there's also some discussion around a recommended $17.5 million cut for self-directed supports and a $61.7 million cut suggestion from day habilitation programs. And so just any updates you can provide on regards to these proposed plans at the state level and the impact that they will have at the city level.
Sure, yeah. So I have plenty of thoughts on this. I am going to defer to Anna Stover, who is the director of the St. Louis on Aging. She engages quite a bit in advocacy for our seniors, all the city's 60,000 seniors and the 10,000 folks that we serve. I know she may have some specific thoughts.
Thank you so much for having us here today. My name is Annalisa Stover. I'm the director of the St. Agency on Aging. We're part of the city's Department of Human Services. I just have about 1 minute comment that I want to make. Is that allowable? Yes. Okay. We're here today to talk about the difficult task you have at hand. I know you have a lot of competing budget priorities, that you have to look at where you're at today and what is best for the city and make some difficult decisions. And generally speaking, the clients I serve are the generation that have been the first to say, make sure others have what they need. The average client we serve is an African-American woman in her late 70s and early 80s who is low income. I'm talking about the matriarchs of our families who add water to stretch soup, alternate bills to make sure the lights stay on, the omas, the grandmas, the mothers who sometimes struggled but always made sure we had something in our cards at birthday times. This is a generation raised to place the needs of others before their own. And as a society, we have benefited from their selflessness. At the National Society on Aging Conference, we were told the future is old. Our demographics are shifting. The census says that by 2034, for the first time in history, adults age 65 and older will, for the first time ever, outnumber children under the age of 18. Our population is aging. It is time that we prioritize the need of older adults. So we are here today to say, please fund senior services. The people in this room are doing incredible work day in and day out, serving 10,000 residents each year with daily meals at senior centers, with Meals on Wheels, transportation, benefits assistance, case management, legal services, and more. We as a city are at a crossroads. The federal, state, and grant dollars alone are not enough. We must fund senior services. The Federal Older Americans Act dollars are at risk. We just got through a year where we had the longest federal government shutdown in history, and I don't see that changing this year. I'm afraid that we are looking at another federal government shutdown when it comes time to pass the budget. Our federal funding is discretionary funding. Our agency has existed for more than 50 years, and we've been reliant on Older Americans Act funding. However, if there are other competing budget demands, those dollars are at risk. Our state dollars are at risk. The state is already cutting 20% of our senior growth and development dollars. That's $2 million across the state of Missouri that's being cut. We have a cut of $130,000 here in the city at our local level. The executive director of our statewide association had an editorial in yesterday's Post-Dispatch about this. I would also say our grant dollars are at risk. For many years, we've received Affordable Care Act dollars to help people sign up for insurance. We were funded in fiscal year 25 for $140,000 of that funding. Last year, we received $14,000. For fiscal year 27, we will receive $0. If our federal, state, and grant funds are cut, then we will have less dollars to award to community agents. This room is filled with excellent agencies doing great work. They cover the city, serving seniors in every zip code, in every part of the city, north, south, east, west, every day. They are the people delivering meals to the homebound during COVID. They are the people checking on seniors after the tornado. They are the people that have stepped up during the SNAP crisis. We need them. Internally, I've held back on hiring staff because we did not want to cut services. With facing hundreds of thousands of dollars in cuts coming this way, there is no way to internalize those cuts. We would ask for every penny our department has been awarded to be held in place for the ARPA funds. This past year, 7 of the 10 area agencies on aging across the state of Missouri had waiting lists. The reason we did not have waiting lists for meals was because of those ARPA dollars. We need those dollars to feed seniors. We're asking for the city to step up and support older adults. Each of you have in the past, the mayor has in the past. We're asking again for your support. For decades, the city has funded 5 to 10% of our total budget. For decades, the federal, state, and grant dollars were enough. Moving forward, it will no longer be enough to continue serving 10,000 people across the city. I will close with saying, now more than ever, our communities need people that care, that have generations of knowledge, that are committed to their neighborhoods. We need older adults in our communities for our communities to thrive. Please consider funding senior services. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. I did not mention you, but I'm obviously very familiar for your work, and I really appreciate you for your advocacy. I've never reached out to your office on behalf of a senior and not been able to, either your office was able to pull it off or been able to get referred to another agency, some of the folks that are in this room to help some of the seniors. So definitely want to thank you for your service. I guess, Dr. Pearson, I'm not sure if this is a statistic that you have, but it does, and kind of along the lines of what she mentioned, and so you might actually have a better understanding of this number. It does look like about 15% of, of our population in general would fall in the 65 or above age range. I just think that is just kind of some important context. What I couldn't exactly identify is, do you have an idea of exactly how much of the city's budget is set aside for that population, even in terms of just historic trends?
So historically, about 10% of our budget comes from city dollars. And so it's usually between 500,000 and 600,000, which is why I get concerned when we hear about those federal, state, and grant cuts to dollars that are hundreds of thousands of dollars. We do serve 10,000 unduplicated seniors. There are about 60,000 seniors living in the city today. We hope to welcome seniors back that have considered moving. Our city is a walkable city. Our city has access to food, to nutrition, to banking services. We also work closely with STL Village and others to help neighbors continue to remain living in community. So the city is a great place to age.
Thank you. Dr. Pearson, I'm just shifting focuses now. I know you covered Code Blue and some other things. I think along the lines of kind of some of the cuts that we're seeing. I obviously had a role in Code Blue and am very supportive of emergency sheltering options and understand, in inclement weathers, we should make sure that no one has to freeze and die in the cold, freeze to death, overheat in the heat. But I also wanted to ask you something that does concern me in terms of our conversations. Again, I think emergency shelter is really helpful, but when you're talking about the eco space of transferring and really helping individuals get on a pathway to being housed, I think that there's a conversation to be had really around permanent housing investment and transitional housing. And I know that we are facing a high level percentage of cuts to our permanent supportive housing that we usually get in federal dollars, which is forcing a lot of providers to kind of abruptly scramble to find placement for several residents and to figure out how they're going to continue to fund their operations. And I do feel like there's a discrepancy in terms of our city and what we might be investing or conversations we're having around permanent supportive housing. So I would love any thoughts or context you have there in any room in the budget as it correlates to that.
Sure, yeah. So as you mentioned, we do enjoy some funding for emergency shelter. We obviously have more demand for some of these beds than we do supply, which becomes an even more severe gap in the winters historically. And I think this past year we were able to manage that gap a little bit better. But I think really the long-term issue is that I think there's a lot of conversation related to emergency shelter in the cold and warmer months, which is obviously a very valid conversation. We want to make sure we can prevent as much hypothermia and hyperthermia as possible. But our outreach folks will tell you, and many of the outreach folks at the Department of Health and some of the other divisions and departments that do outreach will tell you that if there is an available shelter bed somewhere and it is a nice day outside, people normally choose not to go to emergency shelter. So if we say, hey, we got a bed at X, Y, and Z shelter. We got it ready to go right now. Do you want to go? Most people will say no. But if you say we have an apartment for you where you can move in, get your furnishings, cook some food, invite your family over, every single person would say yes. And so there's a lot of conversation around emergency sheltering. We do get some funding for that, around 1.5 million from HUD through the ESG grant. But really the bulk of the dollars that came in for permanent supportive housing were from the COC HUD grant, which came in through the city. And as I mentioned before, it's around $10 million that our department directly manages. I think the city's allocation is around 16 million. Some of that money goes directly to organize the community. The Trump administration has deprioritized permanent supportive housing as an effective intervention. Now, evidence shows that permanent supportive housing is the gold standard for housing, getting people in housing long-term, keeping them there, supporting them with supportive services is the best intervention to keep people housed. That has not stopped the administration from just saying that it doesn't work when it actually does. And so presently, there are no dollars that we receive from city government to support permanent supportive housing through our department. Now, I know that there are some other departments that fund housing-related projects. Ours don't, and so that is one thing that we, I believe, need to consider in the long term. How do we want to sort of maybe divert the conversation around shelter all the time and think through this long-term housing approach? I know that's one of the reasons that there have been a number of conversations regarding regional efforts to work across counties to build the capacity for permanent supportive housing. Still slightly a part of that conversation, but I do think that there needs to be more focus on that for sure.
And what do you think is the best way to mitigate the shift from losing the dollars in permanent supportive housing? What's the best way for the city to cover that gap? Is it rental assistance, rental vouchers, or, I'm just trying to think of the best way for us, the city, to mitigate the harm that's going to come from such a significant cut, because I know it has been a cut of about 50–60% of permanent supportive housing at the federal level, which is certainly going to impact us on the ground.
That's right. So I think there's a couple of different things. Only one really directly impacts our department, but so externally, I think there should probably be more city investment or conversations around how we support low-income housing tax credits and affordable housing tax credits, and that is a primarily state sort of mechanism and Department of Treasury mechanism. But to develop housing for some of this downstream impacts of what we want to see in terms of building capacity for long-term housing, I think that's effective, and I think the city could play a major role in advocating for that. Through our department, through the COC funding, we have received rapid rehousing money, which is money that could go towards rental assistance and utilities assistance, a little bit of supportive services. And like I said, that is COC money, and so that doesn't necessarily come from the city. What we have done within DHS is we've put forward several different rental assistance programs with various funding sources. In the absence of permanent supportive housing dollars, rental assistance could be a mechanism that helps to fill some of that gap. It's not a permanent fix. We would have to think through the length of time that people receive rental assistance. But we do want to make sure that, we at least are able to support individuals in the community. I think also the city needs to support low-income housing development. I know that the housing authorities around the city, and specifically the St. Louis Housing Authority, does a fair amount of work with low-income housing development, and I applaud the work that Ms. Latasha Barnes is doing there. I would love to see more investment in that as well, and so that's an additional sort of downstream intervention that we could think about.
My last question about you is the one shelter that the city of St. Louis operates, the Biddle House, which is the only city-owned shelter that operates for men. And I see an increasing issue on the ground with men being one of the when men are unhoused, it is very, very difficult to find beds for them because a lot of shelters tend to be for women and children primarily. And I'm just very curious about the state of the Biddle House, what you may be able to share about kind of operations there. Concern. I know one of the issues that we talk about when I watch the Capitol Committee meet every year is just the fact that not originally designed to be. There are a lot of capital improvements that are traditionally needed in order for it to be sustainable to operate as a shelter. And I just want to check in with you about that because I see that there was some conversations. It looks like asked for some capital improvements that are not here.
Thank you for asking that question, Valerie Russell, Deputy Director, Department of Human Services. You are exactly correct. When the building was opened in 2016, there were large pieces of equipment that were purchased for that building. Some of them were new, some of them were used. We are currently at a stage where every month, and in some cases every week, we are having to do requests for repairs of the dishwasher. The tilt skillet that was there so that you could make large quantities of meals is no longer functioning. The burners on the stove are not working, but the oven is. There are pieces of equipment that break down and slows down the operations. We need new washing machines, 2 of them. These are commercial washing machines. We need new commercial dryers. The rational combination oven that sits on top of a frame, we are looking now to try to move money before the cutoff for this budget to try to get another frame for that because it's dangerous for that oven. We need new serving tables. The bottoms of those tables have fallen and structurally they're not sound. We need to put new windows in that building around the entire building. The original windows were there, so during the winter months, there's air that just floods into the building. We have to stuff blankets and sheets and tape just to keep the air out. So there are, as I indicated, a number of things. Fortunately, the city did provide for an upgrade in the HVAC system, so that works. We get heat, we get the air, but if it's going out the windows, then we're covering costs for utilities. That is fruitless. The vent hood over the stove broke down just yesterday. This is the 3rd time in the last 3 months that the vent hood has stopped operating. So that heat is just backing up in the kitchen, which is a very small space. The dishwasher needs to be replaced. So we put in a request for about $350,000. We didn't get any of it.
Understood. Thank you. In the interest of time, I'm going to just give the floor.
Alderman Devotie.
Thank you, Chair. I see the next presentation, and of course, the Alderwoman covered a number of exhaustive topics. Director Pearson, I would remark off the bat that I think looking back at this past year, it was undoubtedly challenging for things that nobody could have ever predicted. And of course, your department had to step into the void, and I think that the job that was done was admirable.
Thank you.
I would like to talk about Code Blue. I think that is an example of a program that was put out this past year, and by all accounts, it was done very, very well. My question, though, from a budgetary perspective, my observation, and the Alderwoman and I have actually talked about this. One of the temporary shelters is located off of South Kings Highway, as you know. You and I have talked about this in the Northampton neighborhood. My observation is, as well as Code Blue was rolled out and implemented, when we got out of the emergent urgent situation, it was hands off. And then a lot of the folks that were served, at least in Northampton, off of South Kings Highway, then found themselves in the community. As you look forward to next year, how does this budget plan for once the emergent situation is over to assist those folks so that after they are moved into a community, it's not God bless you and good luck.
Yeah, that is a good question. So the money that we are allocated for the Code Blue project this year is one bucket of money. There are a couple of other pots of money that we use to support the unhoused throughout the winter. And some of that money goes towards a contract with Bi-State Development where we provide bus tickets for individuals to make it to work, because a lot of the folks in our shelters are gainfully employed, or they have families somewhere else, or they want to go out into the community and move away from the shelter that they were staying at. I think the challenge that we will continue to have, absent sufficient daytime shelter, absent sufficient low-income housing, permanent supportive housing, is that people who are in community and unhoused will continue to be in the community. And so this goes for Northampton, Southampton, Wells Goodfellow neighborhood, West End. If you are unhoused and there's not sufficient housing, there's normally not a whole lot of places to go. In the past, I know the city has enjoyed a number of different other daytime operating shelter services. I'd love to have that for individuals who find themselves unhoused during the daytime. I think for us, what we normally do is send outreachers to go and chat with folks just to see what their needs are, but we are not an enforcement arm necessarily. And so we want to make sure that we can engage people, educate them about, non-loitering if need be. But I think, truth be told, we need some more programming for individuals for the daytime. I think also you highlighted a key point in that we are working with providers, and hopefully soon we can start convening some meetings to talk through what leases look like in the community. And so in the event that we don't have a number of larger shelters, we can have multiple smaller shelters sort of spread out around the community a bit more, so there's not as much of a concentration in certain neighborhoods. I think this is something that was that the community was very vocal about this past winter. I think we did good work, but I think for this coming winter, we could do a little bit more with diversifying the shelter placement.
Understood and appreciated. Thank you. One of the things that caught my eye in review of the budget, and then you mentioned it here today, when we talk about the unhoused, is the folks employed with respect to encampment outreach. Sure. And again, this is a subject you and I have talked about. This is a significant issue in the Fifth Ward. We have a significant encampment right now in the Hill neighborhood, just north of Manchester. And then, as you know, in the recent past, we have had an extremely large encampment underneath the Columbia Southwest bridges that I know your office has had an extremely difficult time dealing with. What troubles me, frankly, especially with respect to the encampment underneath the bridges, is the safety aspect.
Sure.
As we've talked about, that encampment was up against active railroad traffic. To me, it's a matter of time, frankly, before a tragedy happens, which you and I have talked about. From a budgetary standpoint, when we talk about the city of St. Louis, number of neighborhoods, the number of folks you serve, the hats that you wear within the department, how do we budget for more of these folks? I mean, you talk about encampment outreach people, you talk about programming. When we are looking at your budget, what help can we specifically provide to you to help you do that part of your job?
Yeah, well, you mentioned some good examples of placement of some encampments, and some are under bridges, and we enjoy a strong partnership with the Missouri Department of Transportation. And a number of encampments are on Missouri Department of Transportation sites, and we work with them to coordinate outreach and all of that. I think, in our table of organization, we have 4 client services coordinators, 1, and those are our outreach folks. And then we have 2 client service coordinator 2s who kind of oversee the work of the client services coordinator once. We can get fully staffed up in that area and be able to see twice as many encampments as we do on a day-to-day currently, but where are they going to refer to, right? So I think like that's the issue. We could have an army of outreach workers, but if we lack sufficient daytime shelter operations, long-term housing, permanent supportive housing, there's not really a place to refer folks to. And so I think that's where we get into the conversations like we've had and that I've had with other alders, is you shut down one encampment, another one comes up, you shut down that one, another one comes up. And so I think really, the emphasis is thinking through how within our budget we can support additional housing, additional long-term housing, some of the other ancillary services that people need, such as substance use counseling, mental health services, medication services, plugging people in with primary care services, that sort of thing.
Which, of course, also goes to the discussion that you had with the older woman this morning a few moments ago. So we have a number of seniors here in the Kennedy room this morning. I also have in the Fifth Ward one of our senior centers, the St. Louis Activity Center. I'm embarrassed to say that before I became alderman, despite the fact that I live within and Ms. Stover, I do have a couple questions for you. Despite the fact that I live within a easy 10-minute walk of the activity center, I had no idea about the work that was directed out of the center with respect to seniors. And over the last year and a half, I've become much more knowledgeable as I'm working with the folks at the St. Louis Senior Center on their activities. I guess in many ways this is a capital question. I mean, my observation is that there is tremendous work done on a threadbare budget to provide services. And you addressed that, I think, with your 2-minute statement you read. The building is in miserable shape. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. I guess this is really a capital question, and I don't know that it's addressed by this budget here. I apologize for that. But for the benefit of these folks, for people that live, and I know many of these people all across the city, and they're not going to come to Southwest Garden necessarily. They're going to go to their nearest activity center. But what can we do within the confines available to us to make the buildings like the St. Louis Activity Center what they need to be to service and deal with our seniors? Help me out.
Yes, thank you so much for that question. So to give some context, we have about 20 different service providers that we contract with in our aging services network. And of those, 9 are senior centers. St. Louis Activity Center is unique in that it is a city building. So it's up to the city to make those repairs and that maintenance. However, I will say across the board that our 9 senior centers plus a 10th nutrition site with food outreach, each of them are doing tremendous services in buildings that have been aging and deteriorating. Our cost of reimbursement to them is a unit cost reimbursement model. So for instance, if Nate at St. Louis Activity Center or Shauna at Northside drive a senior to a medical appointment, it's a $10 reimbursement. That does not cover the cost of replacing buildings, windows, of repairing roofs. We're paying for the cost of the service they're providing, and we need more up-to-date facilities to attract not just our average client, but also younger baby boomers into our centers for services.
So this is interesting, and this is a conversation that I had with the chair and Alderwoman Saunier within the last handful of days. This is fascinating. When you talk about the St. Louis Activity Center, it's owned by the city of St. Louis, correct?
Yes.
And my memory is that the city of St. Louis owns one of the other 9 facilities where we work out. Isn't there a building on Goodfellow that we also own?
It's not one of the senior centers that we contract with for services.
Okay.
So it could be a recreation center or a community center, but it may not be a senior center.
Then I misspoke. My understanding was when we talk about senior services,
Yes.
that the activity center was one of two owned by the city of St. Louis to address the needs of seniors in the community.
Yes.
One of two, correct?
Yes.
And I guess you would agree with me that much like we have recreation centers to address the needs of our youth, our teenagers, our middle schoolers, our young adults, it would be nice if we also provided for the upkeep of those two senior centers when we plan for the continued maintenance and upkeep of our recreation centers and other activities for our youth. It just is equally important. Would you agree?
I would definitely agree and would say that the building division, when the building division is looking at their budget, that it would be important to include funding for those buildings that are city-owned.
We'll deal with that. I appreciate it. I know Director Light is here, so I will
Thank you.
pass the baton. Thank you very
And
much.
can I recognize the centers that are here? I just wanted to say thank you so much to Northside Youth and Senior Services Center. They are going through a process of fundraising to do a new build in the Ville neighborhood. This will be the first new senior center I've seen in my 20 years with the city, with this agency. I wanted to say thank you to Voice. They're long-term care ombudsman. They help advocate on behalf of residents of nursing homes and help work through issues within all of the nursing homes across the city and in many parts of the state. I wanted to say thank you to STL Village for being with us today. Thank you so much to Urban League Patch Center for being with us today. They cover the far south part of the city. Hope Housing Options provided to the elderly. Hope has stepped up to help us tremendously during tornado response, when Heritage House closed, when Northview Village closed. They always respond when there is a need. Hosco North Sarah Food Hub is growing incredible food in North County, has a location in North City where they prepare and deliver delicious meals at our senior centers at no cost to any senior across the city. We also wanted to say thank you to Aging Advantage. Gail Lee is here. Thank you so much to them for the case management work they do. Robert Fulton Senior Center. They were impacted by the tornado without electricity. I walked in the door on the Saturday after the tornado, and Miss Beatrice was doing turkey sandwiches for everybody in the building. They have continued providing tornado services since then. I could not recognize Miss Ollie Stewart, who is over age 90 and is having her Southside Wellness Bringing It Together event at the end of the month. Also, Jennifer Bess with City Seniors, who has provided tremendous services. They're our largest transportation provider with 5 vehicles. My parents are new city residents. They now have a city apartment here off of Eichelberger and Hampton. Welcome them to the city. Thank you all for your time today.
Ms. Stover, I love it. If we were in a courtroom right now, there would have been an objection beyond the scope, but thank you for the education and introduction.
Thank you, Director, and thank you, Alderman Sanye, for your questions, and also Alderman Devotee for that. I will say I think some of that upgrades, as we talk about budget, that would be more of a capital improvement item instead of coming out of services and budget requests probably from the senior services. But I think we get where you was coming from. We're talking i.e. RAMs and rec centers and
Correct.
yes. And to that, so that I'm clear, those 2 buildings that the alderman is referring to, are those senior centers? Or I keep hearing him say activity spaces, as if it's like correlated that they're rec centers too. Are they senior centers with equipment in them?
So the St. Louis Activity Center has equipment there. They host exercise classes every day. They also provide the lunchtime meal prepared by Hosco Norrisera Food at their location. I would say that the other city-owned building I know about is Home Phillips, that is also in need of assistance with maintenance. And then the one on Goodfellow, I'm not sure the name of it, but they also host senior groups there.
And the very first one you mentioned is
St. Louis Activity Center.
Is that
It's
the
at
one that-
Sublette and Arsenal.
that the one in your ward?
It is. So the name of the building is St. Louis Activity Center, but the service that is provided out of it is referred to as the St. Louis
Seniors.
Senior Center.
Yes.
But it is, the building is dedicated to senior activities.
Correct.
Senior activities or housing?
No, it's activity.
Activities,
Ah, okay.
not housing.
Unlike Homer G. Phillips, which is housing that is also in desperate need, where people are living in that facility that needs upgrade. Okay, so that makes sense. One's
Opportunity for Rams dollars, as you mentioned.
Gotcha. Okay, that clarifies some stuff, and I'm still with you, Alderman. Just really quick questions, because even though I know we're behind, we actually gave personnel like 2 hours, and even though it's 3 of us, we clearly still have lots of questions. For the tent encampment site at Delmar and Jefferson, which is located in the 14th, am I not mistaken that I thought during ENA that they added the additional $500,000 to fully fund the tiny homes project there?
I know about the 1 million.
Thank you. The allocation was for 1 million, and that's in the budget. I believe it's coming not from any line items in our budget, but from another source.
I'm sorry, Ms. Russell, we cannot hear you.
I'll speak louder.
Thank you.
The 1 million is coming from ARPA interest. It is not a line item in our current budget, and then that is just for a 1-year appropriation. The balance of that budget that we requested, the provider for those services, the operator, is Magdala House, and they are applying for the balance, I believe about $500,000 from CDA, from their home ARP funds, but that's a competitive application, and no decisions have been made about the funding, who's going to get those funds as of yet.
Okay, so with the 1 million is in the budget, and that would only, we can't, we would hope that the grant goes through, but with that 1 million, you guys would believe that that would last for how long?
The 1 million should take us to June. The current contract for that operation is ARPA dollars. Those dollars end in September of 2026. So the 1 million that has been appropriated is going to start funding the operation from October, and the 1 million will take them until June. The additional funds that are being requested from CDA would take them another 4 months. So any way it goes, it's just a 1-year period that we are hopeful we can continue the operations there.
Okay. Just one more question, I guess, on senior service agency. I know I just butchered all of that. St. Louis area on agency. So with funding senior services, what is I see in the budget that, and I guess this is in the grants tab, that there's 16 million going to, I guess, the department this year. That's on page 395, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
394 and
4 and 5. So 16 million is what is going to the department this year, correct?
That includes federal, state, 20 different grants, and city funding.
Okay. What is I mean, just being
I
here.
would say that is a generous estimate. So a closer budget is around $10 million. But that includes funding categories should we be able to access additional from grants.
And would that 16 million be sufficient to be able to do the work?
Yes.
So when you say fund senior services, do you have an ask from this committee that is not reflected in the budget?
Yes.
You can say it. Is it, go ahead.
Yes. So we are looking, like I said before.
And before I got to give flowers to the legendary Miss Holly Stewart. Like you say, she has an event coming up, bringing it together that I hope we all be at. I'll be there. But going back to it, what is the, yes, sorry.
So I will answer that question in the way of cuts that we anticipate. We know for sure the governor recommended in his budget the 20% cut to Senior Services Growth and Development Fund. The House has passed it, the Senate has passed it. Although the governor has not signed the budget, since it came out of his office, it's a pretty sure thing. That's $130,000 to our budget. We also received more than $300,000 in Missouri Department of Transportation grant funding. That's for our transportation providers. We're hearing at the state level that those funds may be cut or reduced as well. I continue to have concerns, as mentioned before, about federal funds, federal cuts coming down from the federal government, as well as state funds. Our state dollars are dollars that we receive from different pots, including the general revenue dollars. My concern is that the state has a Hancock Amendment, which requires the state to balance its budget. When the state in the past has been short on revenue, they then have made cuts to social service providers. I would say if the committee would consider an additional $1 million allocation in senior services, that would be much appreciated.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
To answer my question, I do want to thank everybody, Director and Deputy Director, Ms. Russell, Ms. Valerie Russell. Okay, I want to make sure I got it. My name's all over the place. Say Ms. Annalise from agency, and also all the people who came out to this budget hearing to hear and have your voice heard. This is, as Alderman from like the 10th say, this is like where the work happens. So for you guys getting up out of bed and could be anywhere probably on this beautiful Thursday, but decided to be in your city hall, thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, and we'll move right along. We have Personnel Director, Director Light here.
Sorry about that. It's okay. It works.
That's right.
All right, Director, we have Director of Personnel here. Whenever you're ready, please, you can present your budget and introduce individuals who are here with you.
Great, thank you. Chair Aldridge, members of the committee, my name is Brian Light. I have the privilege of serving as the Director of Personnel for the City of St. Louis. With me is Deputy Director John Unnerstall, our accountant Jessica Harboy, Jamie McGreechin, our public information officer, and Brenda Haverly.
We know you're
Our-
still new, learning everything. I'm sure that
Yeah.
they won't hold it to your heart.
Brenda Haverly, our benefits manager, sorry. It's great to be here. It's an honor to be here and presenting our FY27 budget to you. I'll go over a brief overview of the Office Department of Personnel, our FY27 budget, and our priorities for FY27. Next slide, please. The Personnel Department is comprised of 9 sections. For the sake of brevity, I'm not going to go into detail on all 9 sections, but I do want to point out a couple of sections that might not be well known to you. And the first is the Civil Service Support section. They work with the Civil Service Commissioners that make rules and adjudicate appeals that are brought forth by city employees who feel they've been unjustly disciplined. There's also the HRIS and Records Management section. And the way I like to explain this section is if HR is the body, HRIS is the brain, where all the data and information is stored for use by us and departments across the city. Currently, 48 very dedicated, hardworking employees support the personnel infrastructure that serve the entire city workforce. Next slide, please. As the city Let's see if that works. As the city advances priorities such as implementing classification and compensation reforms, reducing time to hire, modernizing personnel systems, and strengthening transparency, our department is positioning itself to operate not only as the administrator of HR processes, but also as a strategic business partner to departments across city government. The Personnel Department serves as both the operational backbone of the city workforce administration, as well as a strategic partner in workforce planning and modernization. And in my mind, in my structure, we will do so by organizing around 4 core pillars. The first core pillar is operational excellence. And this pillar is what people think of when they typically think of HR. This is where the services around recruitment, onboarding, employee relations, benefits administration, classification and compensation, training, and HR information management take place. What I want to do is continue those services, but push and emphasize delivering the excellent customer service and integrating a culture of excellence throughout the department. The second pillar is workforce strategy and analysis. Here, we'll strengthen our ability to analyze workforce trends, evaluate organizational structures, and provide data-informed recommendations to city leadership. Classification and compensation analysis, workforce metrics, and organizational reviews will better support decision-making and data-driven decision-making across departments. The third pillar of strategic initiatives and modernization will expand our capacity to coordinate major workforce initiatives and modernization efforts. This includes implementing classification and compensation reforms, improving hiring processes, supporting cross-department workforce initiatives, and managing projects that advance the city's workforce priorities. And finally, communication and engagement. We can't have a modern HR organization without also ensuring that policies, processes, and workforce initiatives are clearly communicated and clearly understood. This allows us to strengthen communication with city departments and employees and improve transparency, clarity of HR processes, and build stronger partnerships within city government. Here you can see our FY26 budget as compared to our FY27 requested budget and our FY27 proposed budget, which is in front of you. I've broken out salaries separately so you can see that salaries are the primary cost driver of our $5.4 million budget. You'll also notice here a separate line for benefits administration and the healthcare insurance and self-funded pharmacy plan. The healthcare and pharmacy plan figures are really pass-through benefit costs, and I don't want them to be confused with the budget of personnel. I'll be talking to you today about the personnel department budget, and then Brenda Haverly, my benefits manager, will come up and explain the benefits budget for you. Next slide, please. There are two main cost drivers for our budget, and the first is the rising cost of healthcare insurance. As you can see here, data from June of 2025 through February of 2026 shows a total loss ratio of 97.7%, meaning we're essentially utilizing 98% of the money coming into the system. In fact, if you look at just pharmacy costs, the pharmacy program, we're utilizing almost 105% of the pharmacy funds, as prescription costs and prescription utilization throughout city government is extremely high. And because of this, we've had to raise our premiums in FY27. This is something we haven't had to do for quite some time. Brenda will talk more about this when she comes up. But the other cost driver of our personnel budget, other than salaries, is the investment in updating our old data systems and technology. I was very surprised when I got here, but many of the systems that hold our data are being held in Microsoft Access databases. We all know that Microsoft hasn't supported Access in years. And what this means is that our systems are aging beyond their intended life cycle. And this is creating operational and data integrity risks. If we're going to have a modern personnel system that makes data-driven decisions, then we need a more modern approach to collecting, storing, and retrieving and utilizing our data. We are at what I consider a critical juncture when it comes to data safety and data integrity, so I've built money into our budget to begin addressing this issue. As I mentioned, our department is run by 48 employees. We lost one deputy director position, and I was going to reallocate that position to a strategic initiatives manager in order to assist with project managing and keeping moving the many initiatives that we're kicking off to modernize our department and to assist with other departments with the initiatives that we're collaborating with them on. Now, while we're unable to move forward with that position in this budget cycle, the operational need for strategic coordination and project management remains. I will get to a point whether I can creatively do it in this budget cycle or wait till next cycle to create that position. It doesn't mean we won't move forward with those initiatives, we will, but eventually I will have to create that position in order to move those initiatives forward faster and better track our progress and just be more efficient in how we move those initiatives forward. Next slide, please. Oh, can we go back to that slide one more time? Sorry. I do want to point out that we, when the police department for the city moved from city control over to state control, we did also give 2 FTEs over to the police department in order to help them set up their HR department. So we lost 2 positions in that process as well over this budget cycle. Thank you. We have 4 key priorities going into FY27, and the first is to improve the hiring and onboarding. Specifically, we're looking to reduce the amount of time it takes for an applicant, from the time it takes an applicant submitting their application to receiving an offer to 30 days. Now, when we began this work, the hiring timelines were significantly longer. As a matter of fact, when I got here, we were looking at timelines of over 100 days. Now we're looking at timelines significantly shorter. As a matter of fact, as of last week, we averaged 46 days from the time an applicant submitted an offer, we shortened the days from the time an applicant applied, not to offer, but to the date they start, which means the date they got the offer was significantly shorter. We shortened that to 46 days. That's a significant increase, and I'm incredibly proud of the team for the work that they've done in this area. And we'll continue to drive toward our 30-day target. Additionally, we want to develop first-class training and professional development for all employees so that they continue to grow their careers, and specifically for our management teams to ensure that they're fully equipped to excel in their positions and lead their team successfully. Third, we want to create a marketing campaign that aims to rebrand the city of St. Louis as a competitive employer of choice for St. Louisans who are looking for employment. We all know this city has a lot to offer as an employer, and I believe that marketing what we have to offer in a fresh, new way will attract a new pool of applicants and help us fill our vacancies that we currently have. We just need to do it in a new, fresh, innovative, and creative way. Finally, we want to create a customer-first culture, both for our external customers that we serve, but also for the departments that we serve. The last few years have been rough, and we have lost some trust. And we need to regain that trust. And we need to do that through consistency, fairness, and transparency. And those are three words that I use repeatedly with my team, and I will continue to use them repeatedly with my team. Consistency, fairness, and transparency. We'll be able to accomplish many things in FY27. For starters, the $100,000 that we've asked for to modernize our aging access databases is vital. Now let me be clear, it's just a beginning. We'll need to do more in subsequent years, but this will help us get some critical data out of systems that are on the brink of failure. It isn't enough to fully integrate these systems into our current Oracle platform. That will come later. But it is enough to help us build a system that for the next few years will keep the systems from failing. I mentioned our rebranding campaign. We've asked for $75,000 to market the city of St. Louis as an employer of choice. With digital campaigns at our disposal and various social media outlets, that money can go a long way to help us get the word out. And finally, and something I'm very excited about, we've asked for $80,000 for a membership with McLean & Company. That's a sister company of Infotech Research Group, a company our IT department already contracts with. This investment gives us an enterprise-level HR diagnostics, employee engagement tools, leadership development resources, and strategic consulting support that would otherwise cost substantially more if procured individually. The way I like to think of this is it's like a steroid injection into our HR system to boost our effectiveness and catapult us to reach our innovative goals. Now, while we're committed to minimizing customer-facing impacts, reductions in operational funding will affect our ability to invest in the tools and resources that support modernization and workforce development. We expect to feel those impacts in three areas. First, training and educational material. As we work to strengthen leadership development and employee training across the city, reduced funding limits how aggressively we can expand those efforts. Second, software and technology tools. Productivity platforms such as DocuSign, Canva, Zoom, and other software solutions help us streamline workflows, improve communication, and operate more efficiently. Reduced funding limits our flexibility in this area. And third, just general operational support resources that help the department function efficiently day to day. That said, our commitment is that departments and employees will continue to see responsive service from the personnel department despite these constraints. Why? Because at the end of the day, every city service depends on people. Whether we're hiring firefighters, processing payroll, supporting employee relations, administering benefits, or helping departments recruit critical talent, the work of personnel touches every corner of city government, and our goal is to build a personnel system that is modern, that's responsive, that's worthy of employees and the residents we serve. And we're going to do that. And we're going to do that in a way that is fair, that is transparent, and that is consistent. With that, I'll turn things over to Brenda Haverly to talk about the benefits.
Thank you, Director Light. You're a difficult act to follow. So, esteemed audience, thank you so much for having us here. My name is Brenda Haverly, and I'm the Manager for Benefits and Wellness for the City of St. Louis. And I wanted to talk to you just briefly about our benefits budget. Our benefit budget is separate, is distinct from the DOP budget. So we have what I like to call our three budgetary pillars, one of which is our 1111 fund, that is our administration fund. So this fund is actually funded by administrative fees that are collected from all the services that we provide to city departments. So we serve city departments, we serve the police. So in essence, we're serving civil service, but also non-civil service, city quasi-agencies, the courts, all those individuals who are eligible for benefits. Our services include eligibility services, enrollment services, claim services in some instances, issue resolution as far as any benefits or coverage. And we do so for our active employee groups and their families, our city and police retiree groups and their families, and our members who are enrolled in the COBRA group and their families as well. All that together may add up to about more or less 9,000 lives. We are a team of 4 individuals, including myself. We, in the past, had been staffed at a level of 8 individuals serving all of the same population. So we have been forced to be nimble and to be flexible and adjust our processes so that they flow correctly and we can do more with less. Our next fund is the self-funded pharmacy, Fund 2103. The city went self-funded with the pharmacy plan back in 2007. And since then, the city has been acquiring directly the claim risk cost for all the pharmacy. And obviously, we all know that pharmacy and prescription drugs are costs that are just going straight up along with healthcare and medical insurance. So it's been a struggle. I do believe that we have a leadership now that is willing to open up to different opportunities, different business models that may help satisfy what we need, still provide robust coverage to our employees for insurance programs, but at the same time trying to deviate from the norm and get more creative solutions. Our third pillar is our general insurance premium fund, and this one sits in every agency that we serve personnel budget. So this is not directly sitting with us. However, that's where all the premiums collected from employees' paychecks end up, and also the employer cost for the employer-paid benefits. So every pay period, we are responsible for reconciling and requesting payment for the insurance carriers for all these groups that I previously mentioned to you. So it's quite the operation. I'm very proud of our team for everything that we're doing. And we will keep resilient, and our mission will continue to provide excellent service to all the city agencies, police that we currently serve. As we prepare for fiscal year 27, we took some very distinct actions to make sure that we were prepared. One of the actions was to convene our city health insurance committee, and we did that in January. This committee is responsible for overseeing the overall performance of our plans, and this committee, they make decisions regarding the medical and the pharmacy plans. We believe that that keeps our section mission and the Department of Personnel accountable to the city at large, and it's a very productive committee. So along with that committee, there were some decisions that were made regarding changes for this upcoming year. One of the changes was a plan design change for some of the PPO plans, in which the city hadn't done this for a decade. We actually increased the deductible by $100 for the PPO options, and we shifted by $5 some of the co-pays for employees. So we had to do this in order to mitigate the increase. Otherwise, we would have been looking at a stiffer increase of probably 19%. Instead of that, we're looking at a 9.7% increase across the board. One of the next actions the City Health Insurance Committee had to contend with had to do with the pharmacy plan and the elevated cost of claims. It doesn't take a lot for our pharmacy claims to escalate. All we need is a preemie baby, and there goes $1 to $2 million. There's a very delicate ecosystem there. The City Health Insurance Committee decided to remove coverage for GLP-1s for weight loss management. We will retain that coverage for any other conditions, such as diabetes. GLP-1s have become mainstream in our society right now, and there are a lot of options. Individuals can go directly to the manufacturers to obtain copay assistance. So we thought that was a solid action to take at this point, and that action would lead to at least a $2 million savings. Did you have a question? No? Oh, just shocked. Yeah, no, thank you. Our third action is our continuous mode of operation for our section, which is to continue to provide and optimize our processes according to the need. We do that very well. And I'm very grateful, my team is very grateful to be able to serve the city of St. Louis. We will continue to manage the city plans and the police plans until such times that things may change. Thank you so much for your attention to my words.
With that, I'll open it to questions.
Thank you, Director. Starting with Alderwoman Sanier.
Thank you, Director. Thank you to your staff and your team. Thank you all for your work. You've been here for a short amount of time, but it looks like you've hit the ground running, and so I certainly appreciate that. I know many workers are looking forward to the bonuses that they will be receiving, and in this economy, when chicken wings are $20 a pack and gas is $5 a gallon, I know that every dollar will be appreciated. I did just have some questions. My first one is just about the marketing, and specifically just what types of outreach and relationship building or partnerships are being established. I know you mentioned veterans, for example, in the presentation, but I'm curious about what special populations you're engaging with and what outreach and relationship building and partnerships exist for that.
That's a great point. Yeah, in this day and age, it's really important to engage with universities, community colleges, trade groups, as well as agencies that represent minority groups. There's Chamber of Commerce's that we'll be connecting with as well in order to help get the message out. So we'll be connecting with those groups as well. We'll also be talking to community groups, going out into, I'm trying to think of the right words, but going out into
Neighborhood meetings.
That's what I was trying to think of, thank you. Going out into neighborhoods and talking to people about what kind of jobs they're looking for, what kind of interests. I was just out in my neighborhood actually last weekend and talking to people, and an individual was just starting an internship, and so I started talking to him about what he was doing and talking to him, have you ever thought of the city of St. Louis as an employer of choice? And so getting out and getting the word out, because a lot of people don't think about public service or the city as a viable employer. So we just need to be more visible and out in front of people.
Understand, and I think those strategies can be effective. My question is about what specific partnerships with organizations or entities that you're forming to get that out. Obviously, as individuals, we have our limitations, but so for veterans, is there a relationship between yourself and the Department of Veteran Affairs? Or for the immigrant population, I'm sure, are there communications with the International Institute or other organizations that do it? I'm specifically curious about established partnerships with organizations that are coming in contact with folks in these special populations on a regular basis, and kind of incorporating some type of process where our flyers are there or the department agencies know these are the positions that the city has, these are the ones that they're probably, you know, eligible for. And I'm specifically interested definitely in Department of Veterans Affairs because I know that that is a conversation that they're having a lot, especially with our political climate and the challenges that are going on with those folks. But I think I could expand that to other groups such as like immigrants. I'm curious about like formal partnerships that we've established.
No, I think you're exactly right, Alderwoman, and we don't currently have those partnerships, and we're going to have to develop them. So you're spot on.
Okay. And then the $75,000 for the rebranding campaign, I do agree that there are definitely a lot of issues with our, you know, with our just people being aware and knowing what's going on. But I'm curious just about what that will specifically look like, the rebranding campaign. Any just like specific messages you plan on promoting, places you plan on kind of marketing to? I would say like $75,000 sounds like a lot, but I know once you really start getting into real outreach efforts and marketing efforts that those fees can add up quite quickly. And so I'm curious about kind of that specific line item and your vision for those funds.
Yeah, thank you. I'll start, and then if my information officer wants to come up and add, he certainly can. One of the reasons we're interested in social media is you can get a bigger bang for your buck sometimes in social media than you can with print media. But one of the most embarrassing things for us is when we show up at career fairs, and that's sometimes where we can meet the vast majority of our candidates. But one of the most embarrassing things is when we show up and set up our table and employees in the private sector have their marketing tools and their giveaways, and we show up and set up our table and we have nothing to attract people to our table. So some of that money is going to go to giveaways and things to attract people to our table so that we can engage in conversation with them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what some of that money will go to, as well as advertising through social media and doing things like billboards. So yes, that money doesn't go a long way, but it begins to get their attention. And then we're going to have to talk about, what does that rebranding look like? Is it something catchy like come for a job, stay for a career, make a difference for a lifetime? Something like that that's going to grab people's attention.
That was smooth how you threw that in there.
and get their attention. Jamie, anything you would add to that?
Good morning. Jamie McGeechan, Public Information Officer. As the Director mentioned, we intend to allocate that $75,000 for marketing purposes. And as you mentioned, Alderwoman, it's not a great deal of money. It's not. But last year was the first time the Department of Personnel, we had billboards. Last year was the first time that we produced marketing items, handouts for the public and for city employees to advertise the city. So we have already started on some of these initiatives. We had billboards last year along some of the main highways in the city of St. Louis. We are doing this work at the moment. To touch on the partnerships that you mentioned, for me, I'm not from this country. I'm not originally from this city. Working at the city, it's clear that, you know, the city, it should and does reflect the makeup of the city, but there's still a long way to go there. Certainly working with disadvantaged populations. You mentioned the International Institute. Certainly we should explore what we can do there to, you know, ensure that we reflect the city at large. We are engaging on apprenticeships and internship programs for the first time. That's never happened. There's an apprenticeship program being developed at this moment with Slate, the Forestry Department, and Water. That's really key that we develop these new audiences, these new funnels for talent so that we can attract not only the best talent, but give people an opportunity. We all deserve one. Our talent acquisition team are working with people under a second chance banner at the moment, you know, and that's really key work that they're doing. But with our advertising and marketing, we'll work with whatever budget we do have, but certainly we'll always welcome any additional investment there. Thank you.
Thank you. just a note, I'm happy to send an email and maybe even connect you and the executive director of the International Institute there in the 7th Ward. I'm in relationship and communication with them all the time. We're actually going to have potentially a budget meeting there, so I'm definitely happy to help just facilitate introduction so those conversations can happen. What is the current, I know you said your priority is to get the hiring down to 30 days. What's the current time that it takes?
As of last week, we were averaging 46 days.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is something you will know more about than I, but something that I hear a lot of times in terms of departments hiring is that there's a process that moves at the pace of molasses in terms of getting the applicants who have applied for the position. Obviously there's some vetting and some initial work that the personnel department has to do, and then you all send it back to the departments. And sometimes that process, my grandmother likes to say, moves slow as molasses, and that's how I describe the pace of government when I'm explaining it to residents. So I'm just curious about anything you can share with us in terms of any delays that that you've encountered, or things you've been able to do to adjust that timeline, or observations you've had on what that wait is, because I have heard that from several departments.
What I can tell you is we're continuing to look at our processes and identify where those bottlenecks are and remove those bottlenecks. As a matter of fact, just on Wednesday, so yesterday, the talent acquisition team presented their process as it has been refined and identified bottlenecks that they removed, and will continue to do that. So when I first got here, we were at over 100 days. We're now down to 46. And so we are reducing times. It does vary from recruitment to recruitment, depending on how difficult that classification is to recruit for. And sometimes the delay is on our part, sometimes the delay is on the department's part. And so some of that's training and education. And some of that is historical, right? It's hard to overcome a perception and a reputation. So some of that is going to have to come with trust and meeting those timelines and sort of wowing our clients over time. Once you have a reputation for something, you have that reputation for a while until you start performing consistently over time. And I think we're going to have to do that.
Understood. I think awareness is good, and I'm glad to see the progress that's been getting it down to 46 days is quite incredible. I know of folks not under your tenure, and I don't even think not to any specific personnel director. Just I know of folks who told me they didn't get a call back until 6 months later after applying for the position. Now they have another job. I try to convince a lot of my friends and peers who are younger to come into our workforce because I think that's really needed. And a lot of times, the ones who may be interested and may apply, by the time they get that call back, they're like, "Yeah, I've already, I had to get another job because I needed income." So I think that's great.
You know what, Alderwomen? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's fine.
But that's something I'm going to be really honest with you about. Getting our recruitment timeline down and improving our communication with all candidates is two different things. And we need to do a better job at communicating with the candidates who didn't get the job. And that is something I'm going to own as the personnel director and say, we need to do a better job of communicating with those candidates.
Thank you. My last question is that in your budget, I just noticed that for FY27, the budgeted special fund that was in last year, it is just completely zeroed out in this one, FY27. It's on page 18 in our budget books. And I was just hoping to get your insight on what the budgeted special fund is for and why it was zeroed out. I know sometimes things go to other line items or things of that nature.
Sure, Alderwoman, unless my accountant Jessica knows, I'm going to have to get back to you on that. For what? Oh, I do know what that is. We're going to have to ask for an amendment because there was an oversight and there's $688,000 that's going to have to be asked for to go into the budget for benefits that was unintentionally left out. That's what that is.
Okay, great, because I was alarmed to see something that was hundreds of thousands of dollars in the department.
What that is, it was an oversight.
Understood. Thank you, Chairman,
Yes.
and thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Alderman Devoti?
Director, it's always good to see you, and I appreciate your presentation and the presence of all of your team. I have just a few questions and follow-up. As usual, the Alderwoman has hit many of my points. I think today marks the 8th day of these budget hearings. As we sit today, I think your department is number 28 that we have heard from in those 8 days, at least as we sit today. You mentioned off the bat one of your goals was to regain trust. I will tell you that I doubt you've been listening to the 40-plus hours that we've been sitting in this room, that your department and you specifically have been mentioned a number of times, very positive light, with respect to collaboration and communication. So when you talk about dealing with your clients, other folks within the city community, know that I think you're off to a very good start on establishing that relationship, re-earning that trust that you mentioned. So know that.
Thank you. Alderman, let me just say,
yes,
if you don't mind, it's such an honor to work for this administration. And this department is in a unique situation in that we're somewhat independent, but I really view my job and the job of this department as helping these departments achieve their mission and be successful in what they do. And our job is to help obtain, train, and retain the workforce that we need in order to be successful and create an atmosphere where both a physical atmosphere and a psychological atmosphere that is safe, so that people can successfully do their jobs and carry out the mission for the people of St. Louis.
If we've heard a criticism, it has been the occasional perception of a need for a department or a director, commissioner, to independently advertise a position. I've got in my mind, for instance, Commissioner Hayward was talking about filling correctional officer positions at the Justice Center, and he was talking about posting on LinkedIn, for instance. And that just struck me as odd that we had a commissioner of a major department who is independently or believes that he needs to be advertising for an open position, if that makes sense. Is that where the marketing budget, the marketing campaign that you spoke about, is that where that comes into play? In essence, that your department, the Human Resources Department, is undertaking that campaign to recruit qualified folks into cities?
Yes, it's not my expectation that departments need to market their own positions. We should be doing that within our department. And, we should be procuring that LinkedIn subscription. We should be the ones that are actively out there marketing and finding both active candidates and passive candidates that don't even know they're looking for a job, but will really be great candidates for those positions. And that's my vision.
And just a matter of clarification, when we have mentioned a bunch, 46 days, are we talking about 46 days from application to start, application to offer, application to something else?
That's a great question. So for clarification, the ultimate goal is 30 days from application to offer, but that 46 is actually measured from application to start date. So that's actually a remarkable measure.
Understood. Makes sense. Okay. I'm looking at, and I don't know that this came up during your presentation. This would be on page 16 of our materials under contractual and other services. There's an item with respect to recruiting. The request from the department was $100,000. The proposal is it's $1,000. Can you educate me? That struck me as I was going through the material.
That was a misplacement of dollars in the original budget request, and that $100,000 was the $100,000 I was asking for to help get our data system, get that bad data into more modernized systems. So that's why that move happened. Paul Payne and I had a conversation.
Okay, understood. And then finally, a question with respect to our pharmacy and our health system. You made very clear that our pharmacy system is self-funded. Is our medical self-funded?
It's not, but I'm having conversations around that very topic because I think, I don't know, but I think we may be able to save money by doing that. But I'm starting conversations around that topic.
Sure. It always strikes me that, and you, I mean, this is your wheelhouse, guys. But while that could potentially save us money, one of the things we're always concerned about is we had a series of major medical issues that would potentially could lead to a pretty good hit to our fund. Is the concept right in my mind?
Yeah, we're in the initial stages of those conversations, and I've just dipped my toe in the water on that, so I don't even know enough to talk on it. But I know enough to say that in doing so, we might even be able to expand the number of sort of storefronts and doctors that people can see. So there's some benefits, there's some risk. And I want to be clear for anyone listening, we're not saying we're going there. We're just dipping our toe in the water and having those conversations because I think we need to be fiscally responsible and consider every option.
I take the blame for asking the question.
It's a great question.
That's all I have. Again, thank you for your time here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. My main question, I think the Alderwoman from the 7 asks, is really where are we with the turnaround time of getting people from an application to potentially interview and get them in the door? I think she asked it in what you're trying to get down to 30 days. I think one of the things that we have heard from departments where sometimes it seems to be a hiccup is if I'm applying for the building division, it gets kind of lost between personnel and the building division. I guess, is it called requisite or maybe
Requisition?
Requisition, like where, or if they're asking for a position, it has to go to personnel, and personnel may sit on it for a while. This is things that I've heard in the past of sometimes between departments, between the actual Department of Building or Corrections and asking for it in personnel, or I guess somebody may be applying for that position, there seems to be like a hiccup in that. There's a bottleneck within that outside of just the getting people on. Can you kind of elaborate on that? Do you know what I'm talking about a little bit?
I do. And when a department wants to start recruiting for a position, they fill out a requisition, and it comes to us. And our official target, is to process that requisition within 7 days. We're actually processing those requisitions within 3 days. And currently we're hitting that target. I want to say this with confidence, but the last I looked, we're hitting that target 100% of the time. So I think we've cleaned up our process enough to where that should no longer be an issue. If it is, folks need to call me. But the last I looked, we were hitting that 3-day mark 100% of the time.
So walk me through that process. So I'm the corrections commissioner. I want some more correctional officers. So I send a requisition, I guess, to want to hire 3. I'm assuming they do that so it can go on the online website?
That's right. So we get the information about the position you want to hire, and then we process that to get it posted online.
And then once it's posted online, I fill out the app. I'm an everyday person now. We just say it's been 3 days. I fill out the application. How long does it take for me pressing send to go back to you?
So typically that position will be what we call open for typically 2 weeks to get people to apply. And those applications come in, then we look at those applications and as they come in and determine whether or not people meet the minimum qualifications. And then our job in talent acquisition is to provide that department a list of the top 6 people who meet those qualifications.
So you guys do the filtering before it even gets to the department?
That's correct.
So then it gets to the department, and the department has...
We give the department the top 6, and then we encourage them, I believe, to interview and select within 2 weeks.
And then after they select and they interview and they say, I want this person, they send it back to personnel. What does that time frame look like?
I don't know that answer, but I can get it to you.
Okay. One of the things also I think this committee has talked about is a lot of the job positions have outdated requirements for the actual jobs. So if you want to be let's just say a tree trimmer, you know, you have to have like a bachelor's degree in communications, and it's probably not that, but which turn people away of like, well, you know, I'm not going to apply for it because I don't have a bachelor's degree, but the actual requirements don't meet some of the need of the job. That's more of a FYI to clean it up, because I think that is also stopping a lot of people from applying, because you need this degree and this degree. And I mean, I'm a person of degrees are important, but sometimes it's what you know instead of, or never mind. Yes, we need to clean it up. And lastly, I know some departments are looking at this, and I'm curious if you all are looking at this as a whole, of for certain departments allowing a relaxed type of process when it comes to drug testing with marijuana. I know not everyone can do it, like if you're operating machinery and stuff like that, but are you guys looking at changing policies for certain departments to allow, hey, if you come in dirty, that there's like a grace period before you actually, you know, you got 30 days to come clean, so it doesn't turn people away on the front end, if that makes sense.
Let me give you a perfect example. We're trying to hire utility work, temporary utility workers for the summer. We had 150 applicants. Out of those 150 applicants, 65% failed their drug test. All for cannabis except for two. Two failed for other drugs.
Mm-hmm.
That really hurt us. And so, yes, we're looking at what else can we do to be able to get these people working for the city, but not working while impaired for the city. And so we're working with Director Hayes on a way to overcome that.
Gotcha. Okay, that's all the questions that I have. Thank you, Director. I think we will actually be back, and we will see you for the committee's edification. We'll see you next Tuesday so that we can go through the pay study bill in this committee.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, I'll take a motion to go on break until 12:30.
So moved.
Moved by the Alderwoman from the 7th, second by the Alderman from the 5th. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. right, the Budget Committee is back from recess. I'll take a motion to resume.
So moved.
Second, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We're back from recess, and we will have the Communications Department present their budget. So whenever you guys are ready, you can come on up, state your first name, and if anybody in your position and anybody here you have with you, and then you can dive into the budget.
Good afternoon. I'm Donna Brooks Sanders, and I am the Communications Commissioner for the Communications Division. So just want to thank you both for the opportunity to present the Communications Division proposed 26-27 budget, which totals $1,358,208. This budget will allow us to meet our staffing and operational needs for the coming year. While we have reduced some, are the slides showing or no? Okay, let me, if I could, wait, because it kind of follows that, or do you want me to continue? Great, okay, slide one. Okay, so I'll just continue on. In terms of the budget, we have reduced some personnel costs through overtime adjustments and performance-based efficiency. We remain confident in our ability to fulfill all division mandates and service requirements. Although financial challenges persist, the budget includes targeted salary adjustments for staff whose compensation has not reflected their skills, education, and experience. Recent upgrades to our fleet have lowered repair costs, and ownership of our copier have eliminated leasing expenses, contributing to long-term savings. Primary cost drivers, our annual budget is our annual operating budget, so the operating portion of our budget is just under $62,000 a year. Operating a television station requires specialized equipment, and while we do not purchase top-tier models, even essential equipment is costly. This budget does not include funding for major equipment repairs or replacement, which will need to be addressed if and when they arise. Next slide. Key operating cost allocations for us include our cleaning services, which is about 15%, telephone services are about 15%. Gas for our fleet is about 12% of our budget, and software licenses are about 20%. These expenses exceed 60% of our budget, leaving us little under 40% to actually buy necessary items for operating the division and equipment if needed. In terms of our staffing overview, the division currently maintains adequate staffing levels, combination of full-time and performance-based employees. Our team includes 9 full-time STL programming employees, 3 regulatory affairs employees, 2 administrative employees. We have a pool of about 45 to 50 performance employees. This structure does allow us to produce content, manage regulatory responsibilities, and support citywide communications. Next slide. With the recent retirement of our video engineer after 33 years of service, we plan to restructure this position. Modern broadcast equipment increasingly relies on IT-based systems, and our next engineer must have strong technical expertise in this area to support future operations. Next slide. In 2027, the Communications Division will continue to serve as a vital link connecting residents, businesses, visitors, and city government. We produce programming that highlights city services and resources across cable, streaming platforms, city website, and the STL TV app, meeting the community where they are. Next slide. How the budget supports priorities. So this budget supports our priorities by maintaining staffing levels necessary to deliver high-quality programming, ensuring employees are more fairly compensated for their expertise, preserving the division's capacity to meet growing communications demands across all channels, and ensures continuity in the services residents depend on. In terms of our challenges ahead, the division is funded primarily through cable franchise fees, and historically, that had been set at 5%. Recent cable revenues have been impacted by state legislation acted about 3 years ago, which mandated a 0.5% annual reduction until the rate reaches 2%. The current rate is 3.5%, and combined with widespread cord cutting, franchise fee revenue has fallen nearly 50%. Additionally, right-of-way fees, which is another revenue source, has been significantly reduced by state legislation as well, with reductions exceeding 50% annually. Mitigation efforts. We have offset some of the decline through reimbursable client services provided to other city departments. So in other words, we help other departments who need marketing assistance, media assistance, and many of those departments have funds that have already been written into grants or been set aside. And so we enter into interdepartmental agreements to provide those services for them. We've also ended in a management agreement for small cell 5G deployment and brought that service all in-house, worked with IT to actually get all of that set up in CityWorks. And so now we're able to manage that as well as collect all of the associated annual fees. And these steps have helped to stabilize our revenue despite some of the external pressures. So in conclusion, while no budget is perfect, the FY 26-27 proposed budget does provide the resources necessary for the Communications Division to operate effectively and meet its goals. Despite revenue pressures and ongoing legislative impacts, this budget positions us to continue delivering essential communication services to the city of St. Louis. That's it. Have any questions?
All right, I'll start in order of seniority. Alderwoman Tanya.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have any questions for you all. Your budget is pretty straightforward. It's pretty consistent with what was done last year. You were granted most of what you were asked for. So I just want to thank you for your service to our city. I think you all's department is incredibly important, especially in terms of making sure that as publicly elected officials, we have the ability to be transparent in our dealings and that the community has an opportunity to follow our work. So I would just thank you all for the work and the service that you do for our city. And I'm glad to see that your budget is pretty consistent. You've been granted a majority of your requests.
Thank you.
Yes, I want to echo a lot of what the Alderwoman from 7 said. First off, thank you, and thank you to the staff at STL TV, the people who are making this opportunity possible for it to be broadcast so people not only can watch it on YouTube and be able to watch it live, but to be able to go back. You guys just don't broadcast this committee hearing, you broadcast all committee hearings at the Board of Aldermen, you broadcast press conferences, you have special PSAs that are on the network that's important, especially around COVID. I know y'all was extremely busy today. I think at the same, y'all had a Health and Human Development Committee, and then you had the mayor's press conference, and then you had somebody here at the budget. So that means that you all have to be in multiple places, probably different vehicles. And as you talked about, gas isn't cheap to do kind of that traveling. So I know on behalf of the Board of Aldermen, we're extremely thankful to the people at STL TV. Is one of those departments that, I don't think a lot of people think about, because there are important things happening in policing, our building division, and so many others, but y'all are an essential, I think, service to making sure that there's transparency and accountability. So I do want to thank you for the work that you all do. This board cannot be more appreciative to the great work you do. Even like this Saturday, we have meetings on the weekend out in the community where your staff has to go out and make sure that the technology works and have to be there, make sure it's streamed up online and everything. So it goes with a great deal of just appreciation. Just one question I did see in the budget, facilities and grounds. I guess, what do you guys use that for? And I noticed you asked for 15 and only received 6.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what happened in that translation, but facilities and grounds, I believe that particular one is for equipment. And it's equipment generally associated with programming. So that's where, when I talk about our ability to work with other city departments, basically in a reimbursed status, it allows us to actually purchase equipment and things that we need. So it's sort of offset by that. So generally, that's what it's for.
Okay. In a perfect world, where would you, if you could see more funds in the budget, where would you and your department could really utilize those? If it's in personnel or transportation or whatever it is, what would that be?
I think equipment is always something that we're chasing, if you will, especially for production. So, we're constantly needing to do upgrades. Again, everything is so IT based that eventually you outgrow a particular platform and you need to be able to upgrade as opposed to just simply, being able to replace something. So I think that definitely is a major area within our budget. The last time we did a major overhaul was 2005? Yeah. 2000, yeah, it was around 2005. So it's been 20 plus years since we've actually been able to just kind of in a fell swoop make upgrades across the board for programming. Over the years, we've simply been able to, okay, now we're buying cameras. Okay, now we're upgrading the audio. Now we're, doing it in that fashion. So I think that would be the area most needed to have some consistency where we could just sort of do a whole upgrade to the whole system one time based on current technology.
And do that, I guess, is that 6,000 enough at least to get you all through this FIU equipment upgrade? What number would be ideal? And if you're going to speak, you got to probably come on up to the mic and just state your first and last name. I know you used to being behind the camera.
I was going to just tell Donna, but I'll tell her. Andre Holman, video production manager at LTV. I would probably say 20,000 would be suffice. Probably not enough, but it would get us through, as you were asking. It would get us through this fiscal year. And I think this is probably one of the things that Donna and I have spoke about that we really need help with. We feel like we would have adequate funding if there were certain things done within city government. One being, whenever someone in city government is doing anything in video production, they should have to come through the communication division before they go spend money outside of city government to do the things that we can actually do. And that often happens, and it's like an afterthought, like, oh, we should have used you all. And I mean, I'm talking about a lot of marketing dollars that could be kept within city government and used for the communication division, which in turn would allow us to continue to purchase the things that we need in order to give the city the infrastructure as far as technology that we need. So that would be extremely helpful if someone could look at that type of legislation for us. You can't go outside of Multigraph and go and buy things graphics-wise without making sure that they can't do it first. And then they'll say, hey, yes, you can go outside of city government and get someone else, another vendor, to actually purchase that product through. The same thing with STL TV. It should be the same way. No one should go outside of city government to get the types of service that we provide without coming through us.
I know you said 20, would at least 15, if we were able from this budget committee to advocate for the 15, would that be, I guess,
Yes,
okay.
That would help us.
Okay. I guess that's all the questions I got besides just the praise that I would continue all in. Thank you all. We look forward to seeing you out tomorrow, and thank you for helping with the setup for this committee to be able to go off-site to have a public hearing this Saturday at 10 o'clock at Herba Hoover Boys and Girls Club.
Yes.
Thank you.
No problem.
Alderwoman Tanya.
Mr. Holman, before you sit down, Mr. Andre, I just got to, thank you. I just need to say thank you to you on the record. You know how much a fan of a supporter I am of your work. I know many of my legislation have been reasons you guys have sometimes had to be here until about 9 o'clock in the evening times. And so I'm just really appreciative of your work. And I'm glad that this year we're not fighting for you to get some of the basics that I felt like I've seen in the years. We've had to advocate for you all to get software, or get overtime, or get some of the other essential functions. So I'm really proud of the work you've done as director of the department to have those conversations, and that the city on the front end acknowledged that we didn't have to do that. And then I don't have to do any amendments for it. So that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other further questions, I know the alderman from the 5th had to go to a family situation, so it'd just be me and the alderman from the 7th for the rest of the day. I'll take a motion to go into recess until 1:30.
So moved.
Second, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, we are back from recess. I'll take a motion to come back into session.
So moved.
Second, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. The last topic of the day for our committee discussion is the Health Department. We have the Commissioner of Health here. Please come on up, state your name if you want to mention anybody here who's with you, and then you can dive into the budget.
Thank you, Alderman Rashid. Victoria Ann Worry, Commissioner of Health. I have with me one of our PIOs, as well as our fiscal manager.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you for this opportunity to present the Department of Health's budget for FY27. On the first slide, you can move to the next. You can see that our budget, the actual budget or spending in 2025 was $27.3 million. The budget in FY26 was $35.5 million. And then our proposed amount for 2027, FY 2027, is $34.2 million. This is a reduction in $2 million from FY 26, and I'll get to the rationale why in the next slide. The department budget supports core systems that keep residents safe, healthy, and connected to services, especially for the vulnerable population. We have demonstrated measurable impact, measurable outcomes, operational modernization, improved accountability, strong grant leveraging, and emergency response capacity. The Department of Health serves more than the 280,000 residents of the city and operates central, critical citywide public health, environmental, communicable disease, behavioral health, maternal and child health services, animal care and control, inmate medical oversight functions. The 2027 budget supports legally required high-impact services that directly affect residents' safety, quality of life, and healthcare services. Examples of these include more than 8,200 environmental health inspections completed, more than 7,600 animal ordinances enforced and requests handled, more than 10,000 residents reached through our behavioral health outreach during the tornado outreach, and over 19,000 doses of Narcan distributed. HIV cases are going down, and we've also screened more than 6,500 children under 7 for lead exposure. Next slide, please. One more back. Yes, that one. The budget for 2027 reflects a reduction in $2.7 million in grant funding. The reduction is from $17.3 million in FY26 to $14.6 million now in FY27. The reduction is contributable to expiration of 4 grants that were either not renewed or cut by funding agencies. The first grant that is not renewed is our SAMHSA grant for $368,000 roughly. That was a grant that was programmatically operated out of the Office of Violence Prevention, but it was fiscally monitored through our department. So it was in its 5th year, and the grant is no longer going forward. I'm not sure if OVP is reapplying for that grant. The second grant that ended is our epidemiology and laboratory capacity grant. This was a grant linked directly to COVID, and the funding was cut by the president in 2026. We had already expended most of those funds before those cuts happened, so we weren't really impacted. The third grant that was no longer being funded is the Public Health Workforce Grant. This one ended. It was really a workforce recovery grant for public health workers after the pandemic. We also have have 2 additional grants. If you can go to the next slide, the one with the green. You can see we have the Show Me Hope program. We are a partner in this work with State Department of Mental Health Services, and our portion of the grant is roughly $78,000. And we, with the advocacy of Alderman Saunier, we have secured a DOJ grant for crisis intervention. It's a collaboration with Problem Properties, and it adds roughly $252,000. Our Behavioral Health Bureau will be a partner with the State Crisis Intervention Program, and this represents a significant opportunity for the city to respond to complex crisis-driven situations with behavioral health, public safety, and community well-being in mind. Next slide. For the Department of Health, we currently have on our table of organization 173 budgeted positions. Of those, 183 are filled with 35 vacancies. Next slide. Okay, so I want to talk about the 4 priorities I laid out for our budget submission for FY25. One of the major things was because the department, as you can see, was 50% grant funded, timely and accurate drawdowns are critical to ensure that grant funds are fully expended properly and properly reconciled each year, thus reducing the likelihood of needing to pay for expenses that from use tax dollars, which could have been eligible for reimbursement by grants. Due to several issues, including staffing shortages in the Comptroller's office, our drawdowns for our largest grant was lagged behind significantly, despite regular and timely invoicing. So as a result, this year, one of our funders, our largest funder, expressed specific concern that we were only 15% drawn down with just a couple of months to go for that grant. We are now caught up, but the funder explicitly stated that failure to increase drawdowns in line with the expenditures could result in reduction of future funding awards. So this grant season, I prioritized bringing the grant drawdown function into the department to address this fiscal management crisis. So we asked for and received an accounting coordinator position who will be dedicated to processing all grant drawdowns for the Department of Health, protecting millions of dollars in grant funding that supports critical public health programming. We also requested an employee engagement coordinator, a program coordinator, but focused on employee engagement. We did not receive this position, but it's okay because I'll give you some data that's positive related to our employee engagement. But as you know, this position would have coordinated onboarding, structured engagement, professional development, retention initiatives to improve employee satisfaction and workforce stability. Investing in such a program or in such a position centralizes employee engagement within the department and is a necessary cost-effective approach to increase engagement, reduce turnover, and safeguard the city's investment in the public health workforce. That said, our turnover rate for the first 4 months of 2026 is 3.57%. And if you look at that average over 12 months, our projected turnover rate for 2026 calendar year is 10.7%. This is compared to a turnover rate in 2025 that was 20.9%. So the reason I say that it's probably okay that we didn't get the employee engagement coordinator because our turnover rate is projected to go drastically down. Next slide, please. In FY26, the approved budget for the City of St. Louis contract with our animal care and control shelter operator, municipal shelter, fell short by $272,000, creating a risk of timely payment and continuity of shelter operations. Without sufficient funding, the department would be unable to meet contractual obligations, potentially resulting in service disruptions and penalties. We requested to increase the funding to align the budget with the actual operational for the shelter, and that was approved. Next slide, please. Oh, no, sorry, stay on this slide. The department, so going to the next request that was not approved, The department currently has 10 vehicles for 13 animal care and control staff who patrol the city for rabid, dangerous animals requiring staff to share or buddy up on vehicles when they go out, which reduces efficiency. We requested 2 new animal care and control vehicles to help limit and reduce delays in field operation. Each vehicle the total was about $150,000, but we did not receive those vehicles. Next slide, please. Okay, so now I'm going to go over the departments section by section. The director's budget, as you can see on page 332 of your budget documents, this is where the account coordinator position was approved. We also requested, as I mentioned, the employee engagement coordinator that was not approved, and we requested a payroll supervisor in order to promote someone that was also not approved. The budget reflects a decrease of about almost $16,000 compared to FY26, and it's minimal related to a contract that we are not continuing. Next slide, please. The commissioner's budget on page 346 of your packet included 1 position that was not approved for a government service administrator to focus on health economics. There's an increase in the budget compared to FY26. This budget is completely made up of salaries, so the increase is related to salaries every year that go up. This cost center also funds the healthcare trust via transfer out in the amount of $1.1 million. And you can see that on page 335 of your packet. Next slide, please. The healthcare trust is on page 334 and 335 of your packet. This cost center funds our behavioral health department or behavioral health bureau directly, includes maternal and child health programming in the community. We are going to support Medicaid enrollment navigation support given the changes that are coming down from the feds related to Medicaid. This account also includes some of our STI testing, which was moved from communicable disease to this budget. And then I already mentioned the transfer out for the commissioner's budget. Additionally, for FY27, there's a second transfer out made by the budget division to pay for inmate medical, which is a budget of $1.02 million on page 337. But the additional million I'm told was added to the trust from prior years' unspent funding. So our role with inmate medical is really is an oversight role. We do not control the healthcare provider in the jail. However, we have an oversight and monitoring role, which we are monitoring them for alignment of their services according to the National Commission on Correctional Healthcare standards. The Healthcare Trust also, as I mentioned, continues to fund our Behavioral Health Bureau and will support a significant investment in maternal and child health, as well as Medicaid navigation support. Next slide, please. Inmate medical. No. You need to go back one slide. Okay, the inmate medical does have a cost center, 700020, and I've already mentioned this cost center. It's on page 337. There's a slight budget increase due to professional service contract that was included back in the center. Next slide, please. Our Communicable Disease Bureau is located on page 350 and 351 of your budget packet. We budgeted for roughly $386,000 in professional services for STI testing. This was reduced by $270,000 and is pulled now from the trust. We also traded during the year 3 positions due to positions that were cut last year during the budget process, but they were already filled. So we had to trade positions to make sure that we could keep the people who were hired still in those positions. Reductions in payroll and professional services swap led to the overall reduction between FY26 and 27. Next slide, please. So again, the budget was approved for level funding of shelter to meet the operational needs of the department. And this budget largely includes personnel and standard equipment for the safety of our animal care and control officers, safety and productivity in the field. Next slide, please. So environmental health on page 367 is one of our largest bureaus. It includes community sanitation, vector control, air pollution, food and beverage control, and pest control. There are no major changes to this budget year over year from 2026. We had last year 1 environmental health officer that was vacant at the time of budgeting. It was removed from the budget for FY26, and we requested to have it added back into the department for 2027. That request was denied, and you can see that on page 372. If there's any advocacy from this group, I would like to advocate to have that position re-added back. Next slide, please. Family, community, school health is on page 373 of your budget packet. There are no major changes for this budget except for salary adjustments. As I mentioned, this bureau really focuses on our chronic disease prevention and outreach. They do our case management for blood lead poisoning. They have our Healthy Homes program, support for the breast cancer management, case management follow-up, and men's health. Next slide, please. So I wanted to have a slide in here about the potential federal cuts and existing state cuts or state cost constraints, cost containment that has happened. So on page 341 of your budget packet is noted a loss of federal funding for our emergency preparedness group of $40,000. Historically, these 2 grants provide funding for 3 staff. With the cut, we are limited to 2 staff. These staff work with the state in developing our public health emergency response coordination process. We did appeal to the state to have level funding reestablished to support the city of St. Louis, but it was unsuccessful. The next cut or cost containment measure is happening with the state. The St. Louis region includes 3,047,000 Ryan White contracts. This is the largest Ryan White client base in Missouri. The State Department of Health and Senior Services is disinvesting or using a cost containment measure to disinvest in three Ryan White services, including oral health for $1.1 million, oral health copays for $14,000, and mental health copays for $6,700. This is not money that comes directly to the Department of Health. It goes to providers in the community. With these funds not provided to providers in the community in the St. Louis region, there will be potential care gaps that the Department of Health may need to fill or offset using its funding from Ryan White and or from our use tax dollars. This cut has happened. It's a definite thing. The last 2 cuts that I want to talk about are potential federal cuts given the president's budget. So the president's 2027 budget once again proposes glaring cuts, including the elimination of the Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS program, or HOPWA. The Department of Health receives $3.1 million of funding from HOPWA. It also includes the elimination of a CDC core HIV prevention funding. The Department of Health receives $306,468,000 from that grant. The administration argues that people living with HIV who are homeless or at risk of homelessness can be served through the Emergency Solutions Grant, or ESG program. ESG provides emergency shelter, but it lacks the long-term stable and supportive housing services and mental health and career support for families that are impacted, that HOPWA provides for families. The other federal cut is related to Part F. That also does not come to the city, but that program is potentially on the chopping block as well, including the Minority AIDS Initiative. And I believe I have one more slide. And so I wanted to also just talk a little bit about the department's alignment with the mayor's year 2 priorities. We heard some of the priorities that have been stated to the cabinet include customer first culture, data-driven performance, staff professional development and training and recognition, and staff partnership with the Department of Human Services for Code Blue. We support all of these things. We have some examples for what I want to do for the next fiscal year is to incorporate customer service satisfaction surveys into our public-facing, into all of our public-facing services. I'm going to work with ITSA to transition us to DocuSign for most of the signatures that I have to provide. We are, in addition to participating in CityStat, we are going to be publicizing our dashboards that our EPIs have done, and these dashboards elevate the core public health testing, follow-up with residents, and prevention and disease work we do in the community. And then finally, last fiscal year, we conducted an evaluation of all of our programs, and then also had a contractor look at our KPIs. That work has been completed the last fiscal year, and we will be making data-driven changes to our programs that reflect those findings, and also as we embark on strategic planning for 2027 into the next 3 to 5 years, which is a requirement for FAB. And then DOH will again commit to supporting the Code Blue effort, winter response. This coming winter, our staff were actively involved in the shuttle network that was stood up for the homeless, and that was very impactful for individuals. And then I want to say for staff development and training, I'm excited to continue the tuition reimbursement program that I started 2 years ago for the Department of Health, fully funded by a grant. We have discretionary money coming in through one of our grants as incentives, and I'm saving that money to be able to continue that program once the original grant ends. We also got some money from a grant to develop a certification program for our employees in a public health certificate program. So we have about 12 students going through that program now, and at the end of it, they'll take an exam to become certified as public health workers. And then finally, we have been successful in getting funding, more grant funding, to bring ICS, or Incident Command Structure, courses 300 and 400 to the St. Louis region, specifically for department, so for city personnel. We're working closely with SEMA to put that program on, and so grateful to have that as a professional training opportunity for city staff who are responsible for emergency response. That is all I have. Thank you.
All right. In order of seniority, Alderwoman Sanye.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here before us today. Thank you for all of your work. The Department of Health, unfortunately, I think one of the first things I learned about city government was just how severely underfunded you all's department are, especially in comparison to other investments that we make. And I think that's been a historic reality and still a current reality. And then knowing today all of the severe public health and health cuts that are happening on the federal, state, and now local level. I know that it is just difficult waters to navigate and see through. And so I just want to start off by just thanking you and your entire team and the staff, whoever may be watching, for your work, for your service, whatever we can do to keep you all's morale high and to keep you invested in the work, especially in our city when we have some of the worst health disparities in the country, frankly. I don't ever want to underestimate the work that you all do, and I just want to start off by giving my deep regards and respect to that. In direct response to just kind of what was here today, I noticed one of the things that was mentioned is that the environmental health officer position was removed in FY26, and then is also not proposed in this budget. And so I want to make sure I'm understanding the role of an environmental health officer within our city. Could you speak to their functions operationally? And specifically, I know this Board of Aldermen, we've done a number of mode ordinances and different things that do require enforcement, and so specifically that as well.
Yes, so our community sanitation department conducts all of the, well, when there are problem properties that have, dangerous public health threats, we will go and inspect those buildings and declare them public health nuisance if necessary. Our officers also publicly inspect all of the pools, public pools for City of St. Louis, as well as all of the daycares and childcare centers for the City of St. Louis. That's primarily what the environmental health officer position does.
In terms of the environmental officer, one of the things that our city is discussing is data centers, and we recently approved a project. And one of the things that we're discussing actively on the Planning Commission is just the importance of monitoring the air quality and several other environmental standards that do have to be monitored on an ongoing basis. Is it this role that would be responsible for conducting that sort of monitoring?
Some of the monitoring related to not air. We have a different department that does air, but yes, this environmental health officer would be responsible for monitoring anything related to noise, for example, and mold. We don't really do that yet at this point, but if that was going to be a need, this position would be one that would focus on that.
Well, I can definitely say that that's something that, I think is really important. I know we're actually talking about sound ordinance as well on the Planning Commission, how we need to probably revisit that ordinance so that the decimal that is measured aligns with the frequency that data center. But I just say that to say that I think the environmental health officer position is pretty important, especially given just environmental directory that we're going worsening, and also in terms of some of the projects that may be coming into our city that could have impacts that need to be monitored regularly. Another question I just wanted to ask you about, and a topic that I think is really important, is animal control. It's probably one of the most frequent topics of, honestly, emails and correspondences that I get, both in terms of the ward that I represent, but also other folks reaching out to me. And so I'm always very curious in following this along. I think, we've recently actually had some incidents where there were some residents who've been harmed or scared to leave certain premises, children get on a school bus and then trying to walk home and dogs on the loose. And so I just wanted to, one of the things that I do see in your budget that I want to make sure I'm seeing clearly is for animal control staff, it looks like the amount of staff that you have is greater than the amount of animal control vehicles that are in the budget. And I'm wondering if that, how that works. Does that have an impact on their ability to do their jobs and to be able to respond in a timely fashion to things?
Yes, that is correct. We have 10 vehicles for 13 staff. And yes, it requires them to then buddy up on vehicles, which essentially this limitation reduces responsiveness and delays critical field operations because they have to buddy up.
Do you have an idea of how many calls per day or a week that animal controls are responsible for responding to, or how many service requests are processed on any kind of regular basis?
I don't have the exact number, but before I go there, also without the additional vehicles, response times are compromised, and then wear and tear on existing vehicles is accelerated. In terms of response time, we have we've seen an increase, 43% increase in bite-related service calls, and we have a 21% increase in ordinance enforcement calls. I do have the numbers for the overarching, I don't have them with me, but I can report those out to you separately, but we do track the number of CSB requests.
Thank you so much. I just think that's important to have on record because I know, I mean, when I reach out, I get a response, but I do hear that there is a delay sometimes, and I know that animal control officers could go to cases independently, but not if they don't have the vehicles, then they have to wait for the car to come back. So I just think that's important. My last question is you mentioned drawdown and kind of reimbursement processes, and I know that our health department is probably maybe roughly like 50% funded by grants in those sorts of funds from state and federal level. Have there been any instances where the city's process time for your drawdowns resulted in you actually not being able to get the reimbursement and having to come out of pocket?
Yes. So in FY26 last year, there were a variety of reasons, but ultimately because of the drawdown, we had to come out of pocket for about $370,000.
Okay. I just think that's important to factor in, especially in terms of budget. I wonder if in terms of what you've missed out and missing in reimbursements, that actually been comparable to the cost of the accounting coordinator position. But yes, thank you for your service again. Thank you to the staff again. Mr. Manning is not here, but I also want to thank him and you all's department. He does incredible community engagement. I love whenever I see him out and about and coming to events. So thank you for that. And with that, I yield my time, Chair.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Just a few questions on some of the things that you wasn't approved on, and thank you also, Commissioner, for being here. All the great work that you do on behalf of the city of St. Louis and your staff to keep people safe. I think it's probably it's a page that talks about Department of Health priorities FY27, the employee engagement and retention, and you talk about the program coordinator not being fulfilled. Could you talk a little bit more about that role and the need for that?
Yeah, so last year we were seeing a much higher turnover rate. And so a part of turnover is not necessarily that, the person just doesn't want to do the job. It's a part of being successfully onboarded, understanding of job description, and then having nurturing opportunities on a regular basis to improve in their job. And so this position really would be the catalyst for implementing some streamlined onboarding for the department and continuous professional improvement opportunities and retreats for the staff.
And could you talk a little bit, I guess, I know there's probably a common sense one, payroll supervisor. I'm assuming you have payroll individuals. What would what would not having that supervisor, what's the lap or the negativity of that?
We have one payroll clerk for the entire department. We wanted to try to promote her. The only way to promote someone is to have the position in your budget. And so that's why we requested the payroll supervisor position. And so if that was successful, we would remove the payroll clerk position after the fact.
Would you not, keep it and then promote her and then bring somebody in to have like more manpower or?
No, I don't think we need another payroll clerk.
Okay. Could you talk a little bit about the government service admin that was not approved? It looks like in the health commissioner's budget.
Yes, so this position we've asked for it every year, it's never approved, but it's really to bring a health economics perspective to our programs to see the return on investment for the programs that we do every day.
Okay, I think
with that expertise, sorry.
No, you're totally fine.
Would be full.
And Alderwoman Sonia hit on the cars with animal control, a little bit digging deeper into animal control. Like the Alderwoman from the 7 said, get some calls. Recently, I've been getting a lot of calls with like raccoons that are in my ward. And I guess my understanding, animal control is only to, I want to say capture, like in a negative way, but to pick up like dogs and cats, but you all don't do anything with wildlife animals that are in the neighborhood that are causing communities issues?
Yeah, we do chickens, we do but I don't think we were over wild animals. But there have been specialized incidents where we've sent animal control out to just see what was going on, to see if we could advise on sort of what the homeowners could do to reduce the likelihood of raccoons or whatever the animal is kind of hibernating in that area.
But the department don't have like special chemicals to.
We don't, no.
Okay. Going to the state and federal cuts. On the federal side, it sounds like on the state side, it's already kind of been disinvested. On the federal side, you say potential because of Trump's budget. Do you guys have any do you guys do any federal outreach or have a federal partner that works on the federal level for these grants?
Yes, every one of our federal grants, we have a program officer within those agencies who we work with directly. And they're strong advocates. It's really not under their control either. It's really the president's budget.
And since the Orange Man clearly don't believe people that have HIV and AIDS need the protection, is that like a strong potential that those cuts will come down? So I'm assuming like organizations like Doorway that do great work that you probably help with would not be receiving those.
If the federal cuts come to fruition, there is the likelihood that we wouldn't be able to fund the great work of Doorways and Peter and Paul who we fund through HOPWA. This was also on the chopping block last year for the president's budget, and it didn't come to fruition. So we're hopeful that the strong advocates of at HHS and in the mayor's office and others will convince the administration to not make these cuts final.
What's kind of maybe that timeline on the budget for the federal to know if that's going to be like a possibility?
I think their fiscal year is October to September, so they're still working on it.
Still some hope. No hope in the Orange Man, but hope in maybe people advocating. And then lastly, I think there was a position you talked about. I don't know if this was in the customer service or the support professional development that you didn't receive. I'm trying to see. There was one more position you talked about, I think that was critical to the department that I wanted you just to talk a little bit more about. As I look for that, I won't be remiss. I see a huge advocate who does great work when it comes to making sure like utility assistance for individuals as far as when it's hot to make sure that they cool down, and when it's cold to make sure that they heat up St. Louis, cool down St. Louis. Can you talk about, I guess, that partnership and the work that you also do with agencies to be able to, like, how is the city connected to other great agencies such as that one?
Great, and happy to have advocacy with Gentry here for Heat Up St. Louis. Every year we have an equitable relief utility tax fund that funds Heat Up St. Louis directly from us for $300,000 every year. This year, it shows an increase in one.
What page? Do you know what page? I'm trying to look.
Oh, so that's on page. It's cost center 70003.
Okay.
It would be right under. I don't have that page.
Okay. Well, this year, you were saying. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you have the page? 338.
Because there's so many pages for the health department. And as all the woman said, so little dollars. 338. Okay.
So sometime this year, they were able to find some cumulative revenue for FY20 that was board bill allocated, appropriated in 2026. And they're not going to spend all of I think it was $350,000. And I was told that they weren't going to spend it all. So they would have $175,000 left. If Gentry's saying they are going to spend that, we should probably adjust the budget to bring it back down to $300,000.
Yeah, I know. I've been a volunteer for the organization, and I could tell you that the amount of people that call on utility assistance is definitely needed, especially I would think post-tornado that it's more needed. So maybe that's some investigation we need to do from the board, because I strongly would believe that, and I was a sponsor of that bill, that they would spend it to try to figure out how we could advocate for more money. But okay, that makes sense.
So the holdover, I saw it as a holdover, 175,000. So if they are actually going to spend this money for FY26, we can work with Paul Payne in the budget division to drop their number back to the normal utility relief fund that we give.
Gotcha. Okay. And whatever advocacy that me and Alderwoman Sanye can do to help with that, with Paul Payne and that utility assistance, I know it's a critical need. We definitely will. Did you have any outstanding questions, Alderwoman? All right. Seeing none. Thank you for being in front of us. Well, one last question. If there's one or two things that you would like or would really like to see done in your budget, staff or more increase in off supplies, what would those, I guess, what would it be?
I mean, my number one priority for this budget year was that drawdown function, and so I'm really, really happy that that got approved. And I think I spoke with Alderman Sanye, that environmental health position is also really important.
Okay, but position-wise, even though I know you advocated for some, if there was one that really would elevate the department, which one would that maybe be? Or you think you can maybe understand budget cuts and stuff can maybe make it work?
You know, I couldn't say that there's one position. We have so many staff who are just civil servants to the T, and they enjoy their jobs. So I wouldn't say it's just one. It's really a family of staff that are working with the department.
Thank you. All right, no more questions. Thank you so much, Commissioner, for being here.
Thank you.
Well, hold on, Commissioner. I think the Alderwoman from the 13th has her hand up. The screen is black, so I think that's her.
That's Ms. Boyd.
Ms. Boyd, did you have a question or a comment?
Are you speaking to me, Alderwoman Boyd?
Yes, we speaking to you. Do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I have a comment. Since I just got to review the health department budget, because I have been trying to work with them to try to see what we can do to be creative. But I just need them to understand the health department is doing the work, but as I told the director, it needs to be citywide and not lopsided. So that's my concern. And so my question to you, Victoria, is how are you looking to improve that to make these services come across the table?
So thank you, Alderman Boyd. We do serve the entire city. Our budget reflects service to the entire city. If there's a specific concern we can talk about offline, happy to do that. But again, we are committed to the entire city.
And so again, I'll follow up with you in regards to that because like I said, I just received that budget, so I'm trying to decipher through it. And so I do have some questions further on that. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the budget was made public on April 28th, I believe, and I know we sent it over to the
No,
the slides.
I never received it, and I did reach out to you in April for us to get together about the budget.
Yeah.
And I did not receive it until last night from you.
Gotcha. Well, just for the public edification, yeah, as you said, Commissioner, yeah, the ENA, these documents for the budget is always online. If you go to the budget department, these documents for every department outside of the commission or outside of health, the police department, communication, all those documents, either if you want a summary or line by line, have been online since April. They was voted out of ENA at the end of April and continue to be online outside of just for the view of alders, but also for the view of the public. So if the public do want to look at any department, those documents have been posted since April, way before ENA voted on them.
And I'll be happy
Thank
to
you.
meet
And
directly
again, I'm
with-
still waiting to have a meeting about the budget.
I will be happy to meet with you, Alderman.
Gotcha. Well, thank you, Commissioner, for being here today for the Budget and Public Employee Committees to go through Health Department budget. And like always, each year you guys come in front of the committee to talk about it. So we appreciate your leadership and the work that your department do.
Thank you for your service as well.
Thank you. Seeing no more departments in front of us, Madam Clerk, do we have any acknowledgement or written testimony?
We have none.
Any announcements? Seeing no announcements, outside of this Saturday, we will be having a public hearing. This will be our second public hearing that the Budget Committee is doing. We will be meeting at Herbert Hoover Boys and Girls Club at 10 a.m. Again, that's Herbert Hoover Boys and Girls Club. It's an opportunity for the public to be engaged. This committee try to make sure that we aim to have 4 public hearings. We had one when we first kicked off last week. We will have one this Saturday in North St. Louis, especially very close to the heart of the show as we come up on a 1 year. It's important to make sure that people's voices are heard on how they want to see their budget. We will have another one the following week in the South Side at the International Institute, and then we'll have one more public hearing, I believe, May 20th. But for the public, again, this Saturday at 10 a.m. at Herbert Hoover Boys and Girls Club. And I would like to excuse the alderman from the 9th and the alderwoman from the 6th. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.